Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Blackpool calling the world.
Told you that last night you done it. Absolute clown.
I think it's a great move. I think it's a great move. I've got this golden top just waiting for you. I'm going to write your name on it. In fact, I might bring it in Sunday.
See last night, Si, you just actually lived it for yourself.
I might just bring it in Sunday for you.
You try for size. Could be heated in the roast.
Well, it was freezing, to be honest. It was.
Didn't crash you up. I never told you anything lies. So you said to me, I wonder how long it will take for the train to get in Melbourne. I went, pretty soon.
Oh, baby.
Why is he sitting across the players' seat?
Nice text. Nice text.
Yeah. Tower. There's a filming banner on the reception to take that one.
Tip, please.
You got like 20 people on. That's the whole list.
We've got 6.
Should I get rid of the other 3 stacks? Should I get rid of the other 3 stacks?
Oh, 6 players. We've got 6 players. Surely 6 stacks now. fighting that. What the hell's this?
Picture table, the TV table, the star table.
Morning everybody and welcome to Blackpool, welcome to the seaside town, the fun festival of the season, and let me tell you, what a week it has been. Sat the side of me, my left hand is Mr. J. Harwood. Morning Jay.
Good morning everyone, really looking forward to this one. As Tao just said, turnout this week has been incredible, so looking for more of the same for the main event.
Side events, satellites. We had a 6-seat guaranteed satellite last night.
How many seats?
17. 17.
I think that's got to be a record for the year on the satellite seat. When we had 14 seats in Luton, we thought it was huge.
The best thing about it, and I was talking to a couple of guys at the bar who didn't really agree, that you got to the break, and you could buy in, have your double add-on, buy in, have a rebuy, and your double add-on. So for £180 you start with 40,000.
Yeah.
The blinds were 2-4. 100 bigs at the break, buying in. There was an alternate list of 30 people. An alternate list of 30 people to get in.
Into a satellite.
Into a satellite. It was absolutely so busy last night. It was ridiculous. But the first Wednesday afternoon comp of a GUKPT, 102 runs. The pictures are all online. The boss himself, Mr. Cardroom Direct, came out of retirement, got himself sat down and final tabled, and ended up losing with aces.
Yeah.
And
we haven't heard about it yet, though, have we?
No,
to be fair, we haven't heard of it. We heard about it.
Not in the last 5 minutes, no. Not in the last 5 minutes, but incredible. Scenes here. The Dealer's Choice game starts at 11 AM. There's a cash table running at 12, and they run all the way through till 6 in the morning. So busy. It is going to get louder all week. We're in a different position set up this week. So come Friday and Saturday, it might get a little bit louder than normal. There's not a lot we can do about it. We're not going to mention it too much. You'll hear everybody talking and chatting to us because we're nearly in the pit. So that's where we are sat. We're positioned, but we are ready to go.
Yeah, players just taking their seats. We're going to be short-handed as always for the first 30-40 minutes.
Always. I've already lost a bet.
What's that?
Because I went under 300.
Under 300.
Do you know why?
Not with Yanis. Don't tell me with Yanis.
No. They're even worse. With Danny Ernan, who chopped the mini main.
Okay.
And I weren't even thinking. And I weren't thinking about anything. And I know the numbers last year were 284, and I thought, well, 284.
We had 304 last year.
Was it 304?
304 last year.
I got the numbers wrong. That's why I got that. That's why it was. I got the numbers wrong. It was 304. Put into consideration the National League, this could hit 350. This could hit 350 runs. Well, because the National League points, we were just speaking off air, the top 10 has got even closer. Everybody seems to be winning. Chris Maguire's on a heater like at the right time. I should have been on a percentage for what I said in January. I picked one player from the entire world to have a good season. And what's he done? Final table, photos with a hurt shoulder and everything. You know,
that's it.
And he's absolutely smashing it. So well, I don't know when the actual update is for the National League.
I think I spoke to Ian yesterday, and he said that there's a new update up for the results that happened on Tuesday. So I think,
sweet.
So I think that's already.
So that one's up to date. So there's only been one event since.
But saying that, there was I think 3 out of the top 5 that got in the top 10 for yesterday's event, which is just incredible.
It's all luck.
Yeah.
It's all luck this game. It's all luck, but the top 10 always seem to cash.
Yeah.
It's good morning, chat box. Good morning, Gary. Good morning, Gail. Hey up, Mum. How are you doing?
How are we doing, Logs as well? Morning, Mum. Morning, Gary.
Just nonchalantly, just said, just pass by. Morning, Mum. No, morning, Mum. How are you doing? No, none of that. No. Morning, Mum. So we are going to be short-handed. There's not a lot we can do about it. I think it started with 30, which is actually very small. but as we know, you can buy in all day, you can late reg until the end of play today. It's just one of those things that at the beginning of the day we always end up short-handed. There's not a lot we can do about it. And I still don't know the answer on why and how to get full tables at the start of the day, because we've got players registered that haven't turned up already. If talking about Chris Maguire will be in seat number 5 when he gets out of bed. But there are players that just aren't pre-registered, which is what you want. You want everybody to pre-register and get themselves in, but we just can't work out how to get a full table to start the day. So that's nothing new, being short-handed before the first break. Yeah, Logs has got it absolutely right. He says it's short-handed to prevent tables opening and moving every 5 minutes. Yeah, once big blind, please. Can I have the big blind, please? That's what you don't really want to hear on a regular basis, but it is one of those things. Morning, UK Poker Room, Mr. Sean Johnson. How are you? Yeah. Katie Swift just cashed twice this week as well.
She's 2 final tables.
Two final tables.
She's had a full for the third.
Turns up and takes it home with her. That's what she does. 2 final tables on the trot for Katie Swift.
We had Mick Fletcher winning the mini main after a chop, took home 17k.
And he won a seat in the satellite.
Yeah.
Just turns up and wins.
Drayton Haxiad won the £200 side event on Tuesday for just over 6k. And then yesterday, as mentioned, Andy Booth did come 5th on the FT for the side, but it was chopped. Then eventually it was Ryan Mandara that took home the trophy for that one last night. So plenty of names on the FTs of the side events this week. I'm sure we will see them all here for the main at some point over the next couple of days.
Cool. Check. Check. 150.
Don't forget you can watch us on YouTube. Good morning, YouTube. Steve Bernst and Nigel Brampton already watching on YouTube. So good afternoon, YouTubers. We've got chat box open. We'll click on Facebook as well in the early parts of the day. You want to ask us a question, chat away, and we will answer it as good as we can and good as fast as we can.
Good morning on Twitch as well. Warren on Twitch. Morning, Jan Tower. Looking forward to a good weekend viewing the stream before entering the deep stack at Thanet next week.
Oh, we should come back down to Thanet.
I've never been there to the casino.
I mean, no, it's great. Right, nice little town. It's very next to near Margate. In fact, Thanet's not even a town. Thanet's not a place. It's the Isle of Thanet. So Margate, Ramsgate, and all Broadstairs, all the places right there.
Is it near Minster?
I have no idea.
No idea.
Minster?
No idea. Yeah, Minster.
No. Pass. Well, I'm guessing Warren's going to be able to answer that for us.
Check.
But it's actually in Broadstairs, the casino. It's on a little island and a little shopping centre. There's a pub on the corner and all that. Not that I remember the pub. But yes, that's Thanet. It's actually called Broadstairs. But it's next to Margate, next to Ramsgate. Well, I think we should do a tour. We should go back. We should really go back to all these places. And something new on the Poker Live app as well. The Poker Live app, which everybody should have. You can scroll across and it says live stream. Oh, chocolate! Dark chocolate's good for you. Good for the system. How much can I have? System. Something new for the Poker Live app. You can actually watch the live stream via the Poker Live app. Scroll across the bottom, it clicks on live stream, click on it, and instantly comes up onto the Twitch live stream. I'm guessing it might be the GUKPT website whenever it comes up. But at the moment, it takes you straight to Twitch, and you can watch it live. So it's absolutely perfect. The Grosvenor Poker Live app, which everybody should have. You can even book your seats. Have you tried to get to book your seat when you play at Grosvenor Casino?
I haven't.
You
tried
can
yet.
now click on it, book your seat on a cash table for 2 hours, and you've got 2 hours to get there, and your seat's locked when you get in the room. And all you have to do is walk straight in and onto the table.
It's
Onto the table.
very convenient.
So yes, it's a great addition.
Good afternoon, Mark in the chat box on GUKPT.
Well, tomorrow's gonna be.
Logs has said also there's a big monthly in Dundee on Saturday at 5 o'clock. It's 60 plus 7. 5,000 guaranteed prize pool. That's in the Grosvenor Casino in Dundee. Good luck with that, Logs. When you play there, monthly is always well attended. So good luck if you go and play. I feel like I should go on tour next year.
Tower on tour. There we
I
go.
love the way you said it, because you didn't say tour.
Tour.
For your lady.
Alright, okay.
So it's low, tour,
Alright.
floor,
Yeah.
125.
get more,
Lower. But that's how you change the name.
more,
More.
more,
You know,
as in you want more chocolate.
you know when you walk, when you rise up the hill on the M62 and you get to Saddleworth.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not.
worth more.
It's not Saddleworth Moor. It's Saddleworth Moor.
How is it more?
Because
Where's
it's
the W?
M-O-O-R. Moor.
More? So how do you say floor?
I just say zoo.
Zoo?
You don't say zoo.
No, but don't say zooer.
No, because there's not a letter at the end of
You
it.
put a letter in that doesn't exist. Where's the W?
And this is the guy that says "all right, law," which means "hello, my,"
I'm not adding letters.
which means "all right, my friend."
I'm not adding. If I write down all right, la, I write down all right, la. I don't write down all right, la, and then say all right, la, wah, wah, wah.
7 and 8 of them.
That's actually quite nice, huh? Oh no, it's fine. I'll tell you what, you go to. Just a quick update. If you do go to Home Bargains in Blackpool, which is the best shop in the world because it's really cheap, they do one of these in rum and raisin flavour, and I think it's the best chocolate I've ever had. And the raisins are like stuck to the bottom rather than trying to be like they cut them up and put them inside the chocolate. They're just on the bottom. So it's brilliant. So anyway, back to the poker.
Yeah, after that linguistics debate, we'll get back to the action of the table. We're still free-handed.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Where is everybody? Says aliens in black helicopters. That has to be the best name online so far.
That's Ian. That is Ian. Always tunes in and watches the live stream.
Ian always tunes in. Is that his surname? Ian always tunes in. Yes, we've just had this debate about where are the players. There's nothing we can do about it. There are 7 registered for the feature table already. If they decide not to turn up for the first level, it's one of those things that there's nothing we can do about it. We've tried to work it out. We've tried to ask the questions. How do we get a full table to start with? Log says it's also so you don't have to keep moving players off a big blind when players come through the door. We don't know. We'd love a full table to start with, but unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to materialise like that. So it's just one of those things. So if you are in Dundee, don't forget we'll be mentioning that quite a few times this week. The 5k guarantee, £67 buying over the weekend. That should be a great one. And obviously coming up in December, you've got that thing they call Christmas Cracker that we're all going to win. You'll be playing yours, we'll be playing ours. One of us is about to final table it. Mountain.
Cool. Trip dishes. grand facelift. Call. Call. Check. 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 $75. Plus. Call. Call. Check. 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 75. Bus. Call. Call. Check. 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 75.
For 2 levels, haven't we?
No, just for one, I think. Just one level.
Is it? What, an hour?
Yeah.
No, it's normally 2 hours.
That's 1 hour to be honest. Oh no, we are for 2 levels. Yeah.
2 hours?
Yeah. Until the first break, yes.
Yeah.
Raise 100. Call. Heads up. Check. 150 plus. Hold with my face. Pass. Call.
Check.
Check. Check. Check. Check. Check. $75. Pass.
We could all three stop and take an unofficial break.
I'm happy to do that.
Mind you, you'll still keep serving the cars, wouldn't you?
We'll still have to do start blind bags, won't
Yeah.
we? Maybe big black ones.
Every blue by wins.
So eventually you'll actually just stay exactly the same, wouldn't you?
I'll probably have the most boring job ever. Call.
Yeah, sorry, if you want to do that,
Cool.
feel free to.
Check.
That'd be right when we get four of us.
Yeah, it's like
Hopefully.
plain snap, isn't it?
Check. Check. 75.
Gold.
It's pretty much the same.
I can't believe you
Put more on, just add something here.
Yeah, they haven't said that we're
And there's
6.
nobody else turned up.
Yeah, should be 6.
them down there.
Should be 6.
Sorry about that, guys.
Sorry, guys.
we unplugged and then we plugged back in and then we got sorted out. Going back to the chat, do apologise about that. It was something went off, but we are now back on.
Afternoon, Gary in
J-
the chat.
James,
I'm going to say, not having that. Hang on a sec.
What?
You've just been told a complete pack of nonsense.
you haven't.
Tell the truth.
We were talking.
Yeah. Blaming the kit.
No, not the.
We had a problem with the cable, so we had to. No, we didn't. You were yapping.
Yeah, we were trying to solve something.
They were debating how to say more.
Yeah, we were saying there. Yeah, anyway, the more the merrier.
Back to it.
Back to the act. James Roberts says, my suggestion would be remove the first two levels. Too many chips in play to make it the first two levels worthwhile playing. A lot of comps nowadays do start at 100. We did the IPO last week, which was a lot of fun. And hello, Finton Gavin, if you're watching. Tower, can you tell me what the bubble is? If you're watching, they started at 100, and they actually started at 100 with a big blind ante. So it started 111. It was that's actually a good suggestion. It may be something they might think about implementing. So yes, on the 60 million levels, you can then add levels at later stages if you want to make it still a fantastic tournament structure. Good idea from James. I like that. Done a couple of events now. In fact, Malta. The Battle of Malta that we were lucky enough to go over for working with Grosvenor online, they started at 1-1 as well, and that was a 1-1 with a 1. So it is a good suggestion. 25.50. Who wants to turn up at 25.50 with 20,000 chips, 400 big blinds? Me, to be fair. That's most big blinds they ever have, is at the start of the comp. But it is a good suggestion. Afternoon, Alan. Mr. Alan Budge. He says, morning, the best poker commentary team in the world. Well, we'll take that. Shall we high five that one?
Yeah, thanks, Alan.
We'll high five that one. We like that. Thanks for that, Alan. Hope you have a good weekend watching the live stream here
I'm just
in
going to
Blackpool object.
quickly jump back to action. We've actually got a hand here, three-handed, and all three players have a piece of this board. 2 pair for Anthony, second pair flush draw for Andrew, and Michael with a flush draw as well. So there are most certainly some action rivers. That's not one of them.
No.
So I expect this to just check through now, and the Jack 4. Actually, Anthony probably coming for thin value here once checks in, but thinks better of it and checks behind. First sort of hand we've had so far today. It's what we expect early stages, especially free-handed. Not going to see too much action. Kev in the chat says, "Hi guys, is it cold in Blackpool? Essex is proper cold today. It's cold and wet."
The weather forecast was for severe or damaging floods. There's about 100 flood warnings around Yorkshire and Lancashire today. It's put 4 inches of rain down in Sheffield in 12 hours, and I've had pictures all over social media. Everything's flooded. Meadowhall's flooded, which is like as big as the Trafford Centre. It's everything. So if you're out on the roads, please be careful if you're driving around Lancashire and Yorkshire. It is wet. It is really flooded, and there's a lot of water about. Minster is 5 minutes away from Thanet, so well done for you for your geography. Well done, and it's at Westwood Cross, so that's where it is. Afternoon team, that's the Fizz. So Westwood Cross.
Yeah, massive shopping centre, I think.
Is there?
Cross is, I remember.
Oh, there you go. Well, there's a Grosvenor Casino and a pub. That's all I remember. On a travel, I think there's a travel lodge there as well. Afternoon Fizz in the chat box. Good afternoon, Fizz. Afternoon, Gary. European jaunts over and over to sunny Blackpool. Absolutely. We had a little trip of Luton, Malta, Dublin, Blackpool. It's not a bad turnaround.
That was Dublin, by the way. How did it all go? Was it the IPO?
Fantastic. Really, really good. I know as you mentioned in the blind structure, we started at 100. So much fun. I tell you what, they play poker with a smile on their face and a pint of Guinness in the hand. It's so much fun, the IPO. And I think with it only being a €300 buy-in, it's 200. I think it's 260 plus 40 or whatever. Pretty standard nowadays. 260 plus 40. So much fun. So many people playing. It's a fantastic play. I think it should get back onto the calendar for a lot of players. The IPO. It is a lot of fun.
Is there many familiar faces over there?
Yeah, loads. I don't think there were as many bits as what I was expecting travelling over. Whether they didn't win a package or whether they wanted to save on their extras or there was something else on, which it probably is these days.
Yeah.
But it used to be really well attended. So Masoud Prodden, so Alan Lamont, who always watches the live streams, and there were quite a few over. Really, really good. Didn't do nothing. Good afternoon. Just catching up on the chat box after chatting about Moore, Four and Floor and Blower and what have you.
Afternoon, Craig Houghton in the chat. Really floody. Is that officially a methodical term? He says.
Which one? Floody. Yeah, very floody. It's like tree. You know when you walk down a forest, it's tree. It really is. Really is. I said that one day. And
How do you spell that? How do you spell tree?
Well, tree with a Y on the end. Tree. And it was just one of those things. It just came to me, and I thought, well, it looks very treey, and it was when we were driving through a forest. So flood is like a bit flood, but a bit wetter. So yes.
I've got a new player taking their seat at the table. Four-handed now.
Yeah. Fizz, we totally understand about the dead stacks that have been in play. You can't force the punters to turn up at bang on 12 o'clock. Yes, the boating, which is what you want to do. You want to encourage pre-reg, but we can't force them to turn up at 12. As James said, 1-1 may be the way forward. We'll have to see. No plans, not talks. I mean, we're not in talks to change the structure, but there are different things you could do. Cheers, Paul. Paul Skinner. We are back now. Yeah, I do apologise. We were just chatting away. Is floody an official meteorological term? Of course it is. Flood is great. I like flooding. So yes, so the table should consist of Anthony Poole in C1, Tony is there. Ian Musson's set to be in seat number 3. Chris Maguire set to be in 5. Andy Jones, Wazzy Akhtar and Michael Oates. So there's not a lot we can do about that. Andy Jones is sat there in a black cap from Preston. Won his seat the other day. The buy-in for the comp is 1110. 1110 is the buy-in. 200,000 guarantee. And it's 200k guarantee, which we expect to be smashed sometime tomorrow afternoon. 304 runners last year. It will increase. The players that are rooting for the points. It'll be interesting, isn't it? This last,
the National League.
What is there, 5 or 6 events left on the festival? Like if you go to the Grosvenor homepage, it actually tells you exactly what is left in the qualifying events for the National League. All GUKPT Blackpool events, apart from the 75 bounty, that's the last event of the week. The 25-25 Edinburgh, the 25-25 Coventry, and then Manchester and Thanet Deep Stacks. There plenty of chances to get points, and if you're in and around the 80 mark and it's 77 to get in, you know, chase it, because you get £200 for turning up. If you make it into the top 77, it's definitely worth chasing a few points. And I'll speak to Ian Bryan when he turns up, when he's available this week, because I heard there's a couple of tweaks for next year, so I'm going to grab him and hopefully he'll tell us what the tweaks are for next year. But I can guarantee it'll make it better.
I was just looking at the National League, there's 20 points between 2nd and 6th, so that 20 points, so that 5 guaranteed packages. It looks like Rich Kellett is going to be locked up for the packages, but John Bousfield, Haresh Baker, Ben Mariguez, Chris Maguire and Mick Fletcher all fighting to try and get in the top 5, getting themselves a diamond package for next year.
Yeah, we'll have a word with Ian on the packages, and I'm sure with a few tweaks, I'm sure they'll let us know when he can. But Blackpool is upon us. So we'll let you know about the National League. As Jay just said, it's been such a fantastic event. I think it's for the players, and I don't play a lot. You play the side events, and you play a lot of 25-25s and the deep sets. That system and the National League has to be the best promotion for a poker player that they've ever done.
I've had so many people come up to me throughout, well, especially the back 6 months about the promotion and obviously what we're giving away and how good it is and what I think is going to happen next year. At the start of the year, I don't think a lot of players understood how it worked and how you can smash out the volume and get your points up that way. So I think next year there's going to be a lot of people fighting out for the top 5 places, trying to get themselves a package for what will be 2021.
And also the best thing about it is that the 2% that they're taking out of all the prize pools over £100, all the money, not portions of it, not a bit of it, all the money goes back to the players. And as a player, you're not losing anything.
Of course, yeah.
You're not losing it, and they're giving you a chance to win packages with expenses, travel around. You know, it's fantastic for all the players that want to play. Here he is.
Here's Chris.
The man on a heater in 2019, as told by the Tower in January, of a man to watch. Here he is. And one thing I will not be doing is, if he wins it, taking a photo of him holding his hurt shoulder. He said he only did it for a laugh, which he did. There's something a little bit more deep and sinister towards that look. But here he is, Mr. Chris Maguire, who's followed the tour round all year. And where is he in the league?
Chris is 5th at the moment.
He's overtook Fletch.
Woo! Chris won the deep stack in Leeds last week. He's had a final table this week, one of the sides. I think he had a cash as well, so very good week for him here in Blackpool.
Wow.
But you can find all the details for the National League on the Grosvenor
I'm
website.
guessing there's only really Mr. Richard Keller
Yeah, Kellett's locked.
that's locked up.
Yeah, Kellett's
The
locked.
rest, it's basically 5 out of... What?
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
Yeah, they're
Wowzers.
going to get the package, but...
So good afternoon if you're watching on YouTube. Good afternoon if you're watching on Facebook. I'm going to click into Facebook very shortly. Good afternoon if you're watching on the GUKPT website as well, and GrosvenorCasino.com. And do not forget the new addition to the Poker Live app. There is a link to the live stream that takes you straight to watching the live stream if you go to the Poker Live app. Wherever you are in the country, if you go to play a side event, if you go to play in your local Grosvenor Casino tonight and you fancy a £50 game somewhere, don't forget all these places you can watch the live stream. It's available so many places now, and we're here to bring you fantastic coverage from Blackpool.
Yeah, if you have just tuned in, last year we did have 304 entries for this exact event. Yanis Liparis, I'm sure many of you know that man, was the eventual winner, taking us. And probably going to see an increase on the prize pool this year. Well, since I've been here 2 years, it just seems to keep going up and up every year, so it's great to see for the poker community, the UK poker community.
Also, yes, I think it got a bit flat on a Wednesday. The satellite was the only thing to play. They realised that everybody turns up in Blackpool for the entire week, and there's so many people. Cash tables running from 11 AM for all day long till 6 in the morning. Sometimes it runs straight through. They realised they stuck a 150 comp on, and yes, they got 102 runners. Just shows you, stick the comps on, and the players will play, especially in this place that just seems to capture the imagination everywhere. And yes, it is cold, and yes, it is wet outside, but that's November in Blackpool, unfortunately. But inside, it is hot, hot, hot. So the first level.
Usually not much breakdown, guys, in the first few levels. We always say sort of about getting to know your table, start profiling the players. A lot of the time you can be sat with these throughout the day.
We're obviously keeping his eye on the table all the time, and whenever something does happen we'll break to it, but mainly in the first couple of levels all your questions will be answered if you're in the chat boxes. In fact, what I'll do now, we'll just click onto Facebook. Let's have a quick morning to Facebook. Let's have a scan.
Good afternoon, Tetbury Town Rovers on Twitch. Tuned in watching their live stream. As we see the 6 of clubs roll off on the turn. I bet Andrew should check here now. The ace jack, he's been to 3 players on the flop. Don't really want to be double barreling early stages, just fine to wave the white flag. And now Michael coming in for a bet once checked him, and that should be job done. Just can't continue here as Andrew with the ace jack.
Yeah, it's for the light.
See the fold. Might going to take that one.
So good afternoon Facebook if you're watching live on Facebook. Quite a few. Barry Neville. Good afternoon, Barry.
Barry Neville.
Angela Wood, good old Bazza. Love a bit of Barry. Teddy Jordan, good afternoon. He says this is his Tony. We'll probably see him tomorrow. Vicky Sudworth says hi, good luck, final table. Well, if this is the final table, it'll be the shortest week we've ever had. This is the first level of day 1A, Vicky. Good luck. Hope to see you. I'm not so sure if Vicky is making her way. She only lives around the corner, Bamber Bridge. Who was at the Goliath, Vicky. She won the Joker's Wild.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And said it was the best poker tournament she'd ever been to, ever.
I wonder why that could be, Tara.
I have no idea. I have no idea why Joker's Wild at the Goliath was such a success. But Patrick, he was that good. Patrick Antonius turned up and wanted to watch.
He actually texted me after what a great time he had. So,
oh, brilliant. So good afternoon one and all. If you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on YouTube and on GUKPT and also on Twitch, we've got all chat boxes open. You can fire the questions away, anything Grosvenor related, anything GUKPT related. If you want to know what Jay had for breakfast, just let us know, just ask questions and we'll answer them. That's the kind of guys we are. Morning Matthew, Matt Pitt, the Yorkshire Pud. How are we doing? How are you? Things are awesome this end. Another successful season is coming to an end. We have this leg and the grand final. Leg number 9 of the year, the GUKPT grand final. Should it be leg 9 or should it be the grand final?
Grand final.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does it sound better?
Yeah, of course it does. It's the biggest buy-in for the main event of the year.
But, yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, great turnout we always get for it as well. It's the big one, so I think grand final works a lot better than leg 9.
Yeah, he was there, and that's when they started announcing the sponsor and all that sort of stuff.
Vicky on Facebook says, "Aye, Utah made the best tournament atmosphere ever. It was a great, fun tournament to be involved with. Such a good laugh. And yes, a couple of players didn't realise that there was going to be music. And I'm not being funny, till about 2 hours before, neither did I. But well, certainly not the outfit anyway. Because we might have had the day off if I'd have realised there was an outfit involved." But no, it was. It was so good. It was so busy. 400 runners for the Jokers Wild. Fantastic side event. And fingers crossed, we'll be doing it again next year because the Goliath is already penciled in. Then the schedule is definitely not up anywhere. It won't be up until probably March, April time. The players, the powers that be, will let us know. But regarding Goliath, don't ask for this. Don't ask for the side events and the structures or anything like that because at the moment nothing's talked about until the GUKPT is out of the way and the grand final, especially because all eyes are looking towards the grand final, which is on its way down to London. I'm guessing Jay is going to be there playing some of the sides.
Yeah, I'll probably pop down for some of the sides. Schedule looks very good actually over the course of the 2 weeks, so most certainly we'll have a little dabble in some of the side events.
Yeah.
Hopefully it goes a bit better than this week, but.
Yeah, you were in and out more times than the Valleys this week.
Just one of them times. I just couldn't get anything going in any event. It just kept getting ruined in most spots. But it happens. I really enjoyed it, so yeah, that's the main thing.
Absolutely. The side events have been fantastic. 400 runners in the mini main, 80,000 plus, which was like just fantastic. Just sets the tone for the week, doesn't it?
Of course it does, yeah.
Sets the tone for the week. Over 400 runners in the mini main, 102. You said that Drayton won.
Yeah, Drayton Haxiadge won the £200 side event on Tuesday.
How many runners did that attract?
We'll find out for you now, Tower.
Good old Drayton. Such a top lad. Always wins in Blackpool and Luton. His favourite 2 places to play. But yesterday's side event, the 165 pounder, that got 102 runners, and then the satellite last night was just incredible.
Yeah, Drayton Haxiadge first was £6,080. They had 100 entries.
100 again. That's awesome.
Lee Reynolds, second.
Oi.
Winner was in there. For
he's having a year, isn't he?
Katie Swift, obviously one of our sponsored pro. Ben Marighead's top 5 of the National League. Chris Maguire, top 5 of the National League. Rich Kelly, top 5 of the National League. What a final table that was.
It's just a luck game, this poker.
It's crazy to how you see certain players consistently cash in nearly all events on the festival. And
yeah, it is incredible. So good luck one and all if you're coming to Blackpool, but this week has just been incredible. As always, the staff, the pit staff, the floor, the pit's been relatively busy. I've known people coming in shouting, I won, down in the pit, but it's been excellent. Yeah, again. And we always praise this place. I know it's my local, but we always praise it, and they just perform. Every single year we turn up. All the players turn up for the entire week. The festival from start to finish is just crazy busy. And it's great. The old spam dangler. Morning, gents.
How are we doing, Chris?
Good morning. That's a weird one. If you have to, that, we're gonna need the tech guys on that one because that's a weird one. Pictures aren't focused on the GUKPT stream, but not on Twitch. How does that work?
You've probably got the resolution on that set lower.
On
YouTube, is he? Where's he talking about? On the GUKPT page.
Is it Spandangler? Is that the GUKPT page or the YouTube page?
There you go. It's just got better.
Oh, it's just got better.
Sorted itself out.
Oh, that's it. That was us. That was us. Well done, Andy.
Yeah. Invoice in the post.
Brilliant. Any side tournaments tonight? Says Yusuf.
Omaha.
Oh yes, 4, 5 and 6 card. 6 PM the Omaha. And if anybody wants a single table satellite, which I saw in London, which was good. Was it £111 in?
Yeah, £111.
£111 in single table satellite for the main events. Some people said, can we have one? They announced it and it was full within 10 minutes. So there are plenty of ways to get yourself in. It's the Omaha tonight, Yusuf. Tomorrow there is no side event because this place will be absolutely rammed full of main event players, as it always is. Because today, a lot of the players walking down the prom. Well, maybe not today.
I wouldn't be today unless I'm in Bromley Tower.
Maybe not today. You need wets on today. You need to think you were playing at Wentworth or something like that. You need wets on. It's soggy. But the Omaha starts at 6. Cash tables. There's one cash table. Is it one table at the minute?
Yeah, one running.
Which is the DC. Yesterday from 12 o'clock there was 2 tables running and they never stopped.
If you're sat at home and you do want to play cash, you can, as Tara mentioned, go on a poker live app, lock your seat up and get in that way.
Yeah, the poker live app's just got better and better and better. It really has.
Yeah, I can't wait that. Not gonna play it.
If you're watching on Facebook, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Christy. Not seen Christy for ages. We need cuddles. Where are you, Christy? You're only around the corner in Southport. Come and see us. We miss you. So yeah, any information you need, just let us know. We are here. We are the information service of the GUKPT. Myself and my left arm, Jay Harwood.
125.
Christy's coming tomorrow. Christy's win. I'm not too sure if she won a seat. Yes, she did. I'm sure she did. In fact, I think Christy won a grand final seat package, and the team helped to play Blackpool with her sister. I think they split it for her.
Okay.
I think that's what happened. Vicky's setting off to work. No poker today. We'll tune in later. Thanks a lot, Vicky. Good to have you on board. Enjoy your day at work if you can, and we'll see you in the chat box a little bit later on.
We're going to have some action here. It's a 3-bet pot here. Both players flopping top pair. Chris elected to 3-bet the ace-10 versus Norman's cut-off open. Perfectly fine. Norman opening cut-off going to be very wide. We can 3-bet the ace-10 for value. And Norman peeled out of position. Both players now flopping top pair. And Norman going to come in for a donk here for 250.
500.
And Chris just going to call in position. And now Norman firing 500 once again. Cannot be folding here as Chris getting 4-1 on the call. We've got top pair. And then again, like, what is Norman's donk range? Is he going to be donking A7 and Ace4? Probably not. There are a lot clearer checks. Got a very strong hand. Same with sets of 4s and sets of 7s. One hand that Chris may be wary about is 5-6 suited, which would probably peel the 3-bet this deep and is a plausible donk he can have on the flop and up and down. But we're just going to have to call once more here as Chris in position. A lot of the time as well, Norman's going to check all his 1-pair hands over to us on the river. We get to dictate the river action, so it's good for us as Chris here. Again, 4-1 on a call position. Just can't see Chris letting this one go. Going to have to call once more. Early stages of day 1. is the call from Chris. And then we will see a river, which is the 8 of clubs.
1,000.
This is actually a really, really good card for us, Chris, in the terms of if Norman did have a hand like A7, Ace4, it's now been counterfeited. But Chris actually going to fold to the third barrel. Norman, I don't know if that was a bluff. May have believed he had the best hand with Ace3, but getting Chris off of the best of it, really surprised they did come in for a third street there.
In that hand against me, I think he had probably tens. I'll find that in about 16 minutes, guys.
Your wife will turn out.
Yeah, she will.
At this rate, he'll be buying information off you in a minute. There's going to be a trade here.
Well, at least I told you to watch it. Because I could have already got it off her and they said, well, what did you have then? And then he would tell me a hand and I'll know if he's lying.
Raise 125.
What it is, I'm just got the question. James Roberts says, why wasn't an answer to why the stream is in low res now but still high res on Twitch? If you are watching on the GUKPT website of GrosvenorCasino.com, click on the cog and the cog will probably be running in 360. If you click on it, you can then change it to 720 or HD and the picture becomes instantly as good as Twitch. So that's the answer. My laptop just decides that back in 1973 when it was good, 2019 it might not be, you know. So it is just one of those. But if you click on it, click on the cog, it takes you to the resolutions. I think it odd starts in 360, but then instantly turn it to 720 HD, and there you go. That should sort it. How many players up to now, guys? Well, you should be having the Poker Live app. If you've got the Poker Live app, it tells you exactly. But I'll tell you, Christy, don't worry about it. It tells us that the main event, at the moment, has 29 entries. Just 29. There's 50 already pre-reg for tomorrow. So just 29 at the moment. Players don't seem to like to get out of bed Thursday morning when it's throwing it down with rain. So we'll keep you informed as to how many players come through the door. A steady start here in Blackpool.
Yeah, what I've noticed throughout the year, I just think as the year's gone on, now that there's day 2 buy-ins and there's late reg throughout all the day 1, a lot of people tend to turn up between like 3 and 4 o'clock, get a few extra hours sleep before they come in. I do always say that, I think it's a lot better to try and get into a tournament from the start. Potentially so much information you can gain in the first 2-3 hours about your table that's going to help you out throughout the day. You've also got that added factor as well. Sometimes there's players in the field that want to sort of have a punt, a spin up, and will play their stack pretty spewed, and a chance to get some chips early on that you may miss out on if you do late reg 3 or 4 hours.
150.
So James has set his automatic. That's worked out perfectly. Thanks for that, boss. Thanks for the tech info from the guys. And Dave Collins on the website says, if you pre-reg online, do your chips come into play when you actually sit down? Yes. Only when you turn up, Dave. Only when you turn up. You'll be in the seat draw, but your chips are only in play when you actually get here and sit down at your table.
So nearly through the first level, we've got just over 5 minutes left on the clock and the blinds will go up for the first time today. then be playing 75, 50, 100.
That's 175.
Christy says she should have played today because she had a chance of making day 2. It's not always the case, is it? That you play the shorter day and it seems easier. Some people like to play the busier days because there's obviously more chips in play. So it's the way you determine and how you play your own game, I think.
I think if you can have multiple bullets, not that you're playing to have multiple bullets, but if you can have multiple bullets, it's always best to play the first day. If you make it through, you can have a day off, relax before day 2 on Saturday, and then if you don't, you can fire again on Friday. But for people that can only have one bullet or are only planning on having one bullet, I think the Friday probably is the better day to play. I think the field's slightly softer. You get people that have travelled down for the weekend just to play Friday. I think a lot of the satellite winners usually play the Friday as well, Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something that I've noticed.
Yeah, a lot of the satellite winners, obviously, if they're coming up from wherever, not all satellite winners are local. And if you've won a seat online as well, then you'll always make it a cheaper weekend by playing the last buy-in day for expenses. But expenses aren't too bad in Blackpool,
especially at this time of year.
Yes, just out of season. And anybody saying that they've looked at the schedule and they realise that next year's first day is the 1st of November, don't think it's in season, because it's not. Because we've got a leap year next year, so we get the extra day which pushes everything back. So the first day is Sunday the 1st of November, and the illuminations turn off on the 1st of November, and the season ends on the 1st of November. So don't think you... Bolton Barry. How you doing, Barry? Barry Grime being here all week playing the DC. Has it been kind to you?
No, but the rule has.
We've got our little shop window here.
We have a shop window. What we need to put us orders in.
Tea and coffees on there.
We need to put us orders in for teas and coffees in a little shop window. I know, so next year if you're looking at the schedule and you think, why is it in the season? Why have you done that? It isn't. The season ends on the 1st of November next year because of the leap year. So we all have an extra day which pushes the calendar back. So it's exactly the same week, it's just on the 1st of November next year. There were a few people saying, oh, it's in season next year, what's going to happen to parking and travel and traffic and the price of hotels? No, it's not. The season ends on the 1st of November, just like it did this year on the 3rd. So, Charlie Roos, loving the cards. Yeah, it's fantastic for us to get the chance to see whole cards. Makes our job a lot easier. I wouldn't be able to guess the whole cards of people that don't show the cards. Jay would. Jay could tell you what they are. But that's why he's sat here. But it certainly makes the game a lot easier. Nearly all cards are shown in any live stream you watch around the world, wherever it may be.
So this one's going to be chopped up after Norman having the old free roll on the flop. The old King Queen of Clubs. And I will chop this one up.
So we get the extra 25.
Be left of the button.
Is it closest to the button?
Be left.
Pardon? I was tempted to raise.
Blog up and running. If you want to follow the blog, GUKPT, grosvenorcasino.com/GUKPT, or go to the GUKPT website and click on blog and it takes you to the link, grosvenorcasino.com, where PK will be running the blog all day long. Not as intense as it used to be, the blogs these days, because obviously we concentrate on the live stream and we won't be able to watch Facebook and YouTube and and things like that. So the blog is nowhere near as intense as it used to. I remember when we used to do the blog, and there was no live stream. And that's when you used to have to blog every minute. Because if you refresh the page and nothing happened, people would then say, "What's happening?" Bobby James. Bobby here. A bit too early for me, lads. Catch up later. Malta was fun. Just got home yesterday. Nice one, Bobby.
Cheers, Bobby. How long was he out there for? Must have been out there like 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, he did both the tours, didn't he? So he did the second one. He did the Battle of Malta, which I was looking at. We were at, and
75.
he then stayed over. Did a bit of streaming while he was on his balcony at midnight when it was 20 degrees. All was good. Good night, Bobby, and we'll sleep well, and we'll catch up with you later, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another of the mark deck.
Hi guys. So blinds at 50 and a half.
So the blinds are up, 50-100. Shouts the dealer.
It was very quiet first session.
Yes. Yeah, we know that, which is why we can answer all questions on all formats. We've got eyes everywhere, mate, haven't we?
Yeah, everywhere. Facebook, Twitch, GUKPT.com and YouTube as well, wherever you're watching. We do have the big one in 2.5, 3 weeks time, down in London, the grand final.
Yep.
Ace Jack for Andrew in the cut-off. We'll be opening this. Makes it the full 5x. It's raise and take, no action for him.
We actually thought about going outside and just letting the lights keep going out.
Just go around.
Worst case scenario between having one of your king.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's only 2 of you left.
So a few limps round to Chris in the big blind. He's going to come in for a squeeze here with the king queen. Makes it 700.
Well,
Andrew wants to play with the 6-4.
Yeah, it's the one gappers like that. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, against 7x or 7x, this should just get through from Chris almost always against these particular holdings, but early stages, 400 big steep, I guess Andrew just wants to see a flop with a 6-4 suit. It is a pretty hand.
Mick the Mod, good afternoon.
heads up.
Good afternoon, Mick the Mod. King, Queen, Jack. Nice lot for Chris.
Yeah, and
You got back doors with that's no really relevant with a flop like that. Andrew shouldn't be calling.
Andrew's done with the hand. Just can't continue.
Andy Jones.
there's the fault.
Gary Clark says snooker scores, Ronnie 0, Jimmy 2. That's not Jimmy White, surely. Jimmy White's still not playing, is he? I don't know any other Jimmys.
That has to be Jimmy White.
What's that? They did no cheating. What? I don't know. Is it Jimmy White? Is it a seniors event? Ronnie's now 40.
Short Man on Twitch says, afternoon guys, any free rolls this evening? No free rolls today, but we do have our live stream free roll on Sunday.
Yep.
So if you are tuned in on Sunday, it will be password protected. We give the password out on stream. We have plenty going online on the Sunday. We also have our GUKPT online £110 buy-in, 10k guarantee. We will be mentioning that over the course of the weekend. Blind on blind here, Chris from the King 9, incomplete. Not going to complete, going to come in for a race, makes it 200. And Andrew going to call with the Queen 3.
4, 5, 7 is the flop, 2 diamonds.
Go away here as Chris, no clear option whether we continue or see bet with the King 9, that backdoor, nut flush draw, 2 overs. Ten of spades on the turn, bring in the flush draw for Andrew. Now Chris is going to come in for a delay continuation bet here. A lot of the time, if Andrew's quarter piece, blind on blind, you expect him to bet once checked in. So Chris is going to come in for a delay C bet here, and we see a raise from Andrew with the flush draw. Queen 9 gets it through. Nicely done.
Here to play, Andy Jones. It is Jimmy White. Okay, didn't know Jimmy White was still playing. I went to a Jimmy White pool evening in Blackpool a couple of months ago. Did a fantastic exhibition.
Miko asked why we only 5-handed. Because we are still in the first session of the day. We start short-handed and then players filter into the tables.
We do have 7 registered for the main event, for the feature table, but a couple have decided that they don't want to play the first couple of levels of the game. Turn up as and when, because the chips don't go into play.
Yeah, there should be 2 other players at the table right now, but their stacks just aren't in play, so they've just obviously pre-regged.
$989.
Complete whiff for everyone. Anthony actually limped with Queen 7, so doesn't necessarily have the better need here, but if it's checked to him, may come in for a bet here. Having nice backdoor possibilities with our particular hand. It looks like he has chosen to come in for a bet. We're going to take that one uncontested with Queen High.
Chris makes it 1,000. Up there. shit. I hope we've got the proverbials. Look at this. 9-4 deuces the flop.
So we've got Norman opening to 250 and Chris with the 3-bet to 1k. Norman peeling out of position. Queens versus Ace King. Like Norman's decision to peel this early stages with the Queens. Don't have to necessarily 4-bet. Don't want to get 5-bet. It's horrible when that happens. Chris got a pretty clear C-bet on this flop. I know we can see Norman's not going to go anywhere, but want to be continuing this 9 high board, backdoor spades, 2 overs, 4 diamonds rolling off on the turn. And now we should see it go check, check.
I said 1100, okay, fine, that's fine, no, it's fine. Sorry, I've still got the colour of the chips. Yeah, hey, no, that's fine. So you called me, yeah?
Sorry, I didn't hear a word.
Oh, no, it's
So we see for fixed now. 30 minutes, obviously.
Okay.
Solely C4.
Raise 300.
That's it. Done it for dinner.
The laptop that's died, though.
Yeah, that's it.
You played with Trick? Yeah. We all have as well. Up in Nottingham. Did it? What? Oh, yeah. I'm a full-time builder.
stats. Have stats.
I don't take this expensive.
Big lane,
The absolute size of money I do
Might have been there.
22.
Got one of those in February.
I don't fly. So when I went to San Remo and Prague, I got on the train.
That's a long journey to Prague.
Yeah, I know. You ain't kidding. I went there in 2012 and there was snow this deep. About 4 foot deep.
Paul.
That is not so more than 4
Right, 4.5 foot there. When we got on the train to come back, me and the son-in-law, they had lumps of snow this wide and like this at the edge of the train. Oh, right. Bloody hell. Then if we can get back at this.
About 100. Paul. About 250.
Yeah, I want a package to that Prague EP2 on that PokerStars website. And it said about, you know, give me the flights and everything. I said, I'm not going on a bloody plane, someone will be on train. So they give me some money for the train tickets. I said,
A good 5 night.
And we're back, guys. Sorry about that slight little technical issue, but all sorted now. And me and the tower
Hello.
are back.
Hello. We're in Blackpool. It's where you get rock and ride on donkeys, and just not today.
Got on a Big Dipper.
Yeah.
As you done. Yeah, what did you go on it this year?
Oh. Did you like that Big Dipper? That was ace, wasn't it?
If anyone needs a laugh, you want to go on YouTube and type in the tower on the Big Dipper.
You like that, do you?
Oh, it's so funny.
Things you do for the job. Somebody retweeted. What was it? Was it somebody retweeted the Joker, didn't they, or whatever it was? The things you have to do for the job that you love. That was it. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the early stages of Blackpool. GUKPT is the tournament. It's 1,110 pound buy-in, £200,000 guarantee. Everybody says we're going to smash it, and yes, we will. It is just one of those events around the country that get busier and busier and busier, and with the National League getting very close to conclusion, it just means that all the guys that are chasing, they will be here playing. They will be here playing at the tournament, and it's going to make for a great week. A few of the guys have already cashed in the top 10 of the.
I think nearly they all have tower.
Yeah. It's that look factor where all the top 10 seem to cash all the time. I don't know how they do it. How do they do it?
So Michael peeling the jack 8 suit out the small after Chris opening the pocket 8s. And flopping a flush draw here. And turning it up and down to go with its flush draw, and Chris just going to have to snap fold the 8s here, can't continue once facing a bet. And Mike's going to take that one.
Later, 6 PM, we have the Omaha. If you want to play a side event here in Blackpool, it is the Omaha 4, 5 and 6, the level of each.
I think I was probably on a leg. That's my.
Hang on, is this what I play on the table? Wow. Number 6.
And one of the guys in the top 5 for the diamond packages, Mr. Chris Maguire, is at the table. Who's that coming to join him? We have a new player coming to the table.
So Andrew coming in for Olympia with the Queen 10. Nice early stages, Andrew was limping. A lot of hands like this rather than opening.
That whiffs everybody. Completely.
Got Norman with a gut shot, and that's about it. And Queen High of Andrew, actually the best hand here. So, checks through.
And he picks up a flush draw as well now. Michael Nick in C9.
Yeah, once checked to us twice here is Michael after equity to the flush that we now have. They'll come in for a bet, and that will be it. Picks up the jack high.
One of the guys that shopped the mini main this week, Mr. Danny Hernan, come to say hello to the boys, playing the main event tomorrow. Who's that lying? Satellite in.
Last one standing.
Ah, the last man standing in the mini. What a great promotion that is for an extra 20 quid. Win yourself a seat to the. Oh, you could have played the satellite yesterday, the 6 seats guaranteed. Thought it might struggle. Thought like it's 6, 7 seats. Yeah, 17. Crazy scenes in Blackpool. Shopped the mini at silly o'clock and started texting everybody, anybody want a beer? It was 5:45 in the morning. He got the round in at 5:45.
Only in Blackpool.
Top lad Danny Erning, we got great cash. Took over £10,000. Fantastic effort. Over 400 runners in the mini main this week. Really busy. Manchester's Friday. They lived in Oldham, supports Man United. In fact, the Oldham Massive are in town as well this week. A lot of players and all his mates from the Oldham area are in the building.
Oi, Jake Marston in the Twitch chat.
Jake, good afternoon. That's a quick flick on to Facebook as well. Let's see what's happening. Afternoon, YouTubers, if you're watching on YouTube.
A bit of action here occurring. Chris with the nut flush draw, 2 overs. Norman up and down with his 4s on the 6-5-3. Really surprised to see Dan continue this board. Obviously, c-bet frequency does want to be high, but on this particular board texture, when we've been called out of both blinds, I think we can just come in for a check here as Dan give up with the 10-8 suited. There's a lot of good turn cards for us as well. Now, Chris, maybe thinking about a raise here. It's not a bad spot to raise in the fact that it's a board that's very good for our range. In terms of the range of hands, Daniel should be opening under the gun, and the range that Norman should be peeling out the small. This is going to smash us as Chris. We're going to have all the 2 pairs, we're going to have all the sets, we're going to have all the flop straights. It's always important when coming in for a semi-bluff, understanding the amount of value you can represent, and in this particular spot we have heaps of value. Norman not going to be going anywhere with the 4s. He'll make the call, looking for a deuce or a 7 on the turn. is the Ace of Clubs, and it's actually a nice little check candidate here for Chris now. Picked up a lot of showdown and we've still got a very strong draw, so I'd like to see the check behind there from Chris. And 6 of clubs on the river. Norman should be checking in this spot, and then it's down to Chris whether he wants to come in with some fib value with his A6, which he may do. You expect Norman to lead most of his 6x on this particular river. So once checked us here is Chris. He's going to come in for a value bet here. There are plenty of bluffs that miss. The flush draws missed, 7-8 missed, 4x that he can potentially have in the big blind. The king 4s, queen 4s, jack 4s suited have also bricked out. Norman are not going to pay it off with the 4s, and Chris takes a nice little pot. So not been much fluctuation in chips, as you can see there, throughout the table. First hour and a half of the day. Chip leader 3k more than starting stack.
Raise 650. Call. Call.
I didn't realise.
3, please. Bet 750.
Question for Jamie Pinnell. Just been to ask get an answer as well. I'll come back to that straight after this hand, Jay.
Daniel here, flopping the nut flush draw. Not going to be getting any action though. Normal with his same hand. Anthony with just king high, so this should be a job done. He's actually came in for a donk here, Daniel. I guess it is going to be a lot better board for our range out the blinds than the opener and the flat.
Just been to get an answer for Jamie Pinnell. Jamie says, if I'm self-excluded from a Grosvenor online, can I still walk into the casino? The answer is no. Everything's connected. So the answer, unfortunately, Jamie, is no. You won't be able to come to Blackpool or London and play the final 2 legs of 2019. Good afternoon, everybody else. Ian Woods, what's a good question from Ian Woods in the GUKPT website. He says, I wonder if we'll see the day when you can buy into a local Grosvenor weekly tournament via the Poker Live app using your G1 account. I think we will. I think they update it on a regular basis. You can now put your names down for a cash game, which I think is a fantastic idea. You've only got 2 hours to sit down. I'm pretty sure that the guys will look at that for the next couple of updates. I think it's a great idea. If you're an hour away and the comp starts and you want to make sure that you get in, I think it's a great idea. Not too sure how it would work if you got later and later. Obviously your chips are going to play for the start of like level 7 kind of thing when the breaks finish. That's a good idea, that's Ian. And I'm sure the guys and the powers that be would look into it, because I think it's a good idea. You want to sit at home and just think, shall I go for a game? Yeah, get me in. Get yourself bought in online via the Poker Live app. It's a great idea.
So Chris coming in for the squeeze on the button over a couple of limps with the ace jack, and Dan's going to call out the small, and Anthony going to peel the 6-4 suited after limping. Chris here choosing to check behind, like this decision on the queen 8 and 9. Do have equity to make a straight, but especially small blind calling range here, they're going to have a lot of Broadway hands, king queen, queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, those type of holdings. So however, once checked to us twice here as Chris could potentially come in for the delayed continuation bet, but opting to check behind once more. And the king of clubs rolling off on the river, so Chris will get the check mark. Doubt anyone's going to bluff this spot. So it looks like... Oh, sorry, Daniel's going to get the check mark, snagging at the 3 on the turn with the ace-3. He's going to scoop that pot. We've got half hour, guys, and before we head out on the first 15-minute break of the day. Simulation Gamer 07, he says, hey everyone, is Snowy playing?
Snowy will be playing. I think he's playing tomorrow. I think, in fact, he's definitely playing tomorrow because he won a satellite for the first time ever. Just 10 years of training. And he told me the other day, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, he won himself a seat via the satellite for the first time ever. So Snowy will be playing tomorrow. And his uncle, Mr. Rob Boone, came second 2 years ago.
So Chris here opening the deuces in the cut-off, and Dan choosing to rebet the ace-jack here on the button. Perfectly fine from Dan versus cut-off open. Chris going to be opening fairly wide. We can free-bet this hand for value versus cut-off opening range. And does makes it 900. And Chris here with the deuces should be peeling this deep. Got the old implied odds of snagging a set and potentially winning a big pot early doors. So he will peel, and we're going to go heads up.
6, 10, jack. So top kicker for Dan.
And Chris with just the deuces, so Daniel here almost always going to be betting this flop in a free bet pot. Jack 10, 6 rainbow, top pair, top kick up.
Is that Dan Colby who won it 3 years ago? I think it is.
Chris just got no option but to fold the deuces. I'm going to take that one.
That's very small, isn't it?
Seem too happy about that look.
Fold round to Andrew on the button. Looks like he's made it 300 hit with the old ace-5 of diamonds. Anthony going to defend the jack 7 in the big. Heads up to the flop. Ace 10, 6 rainbow. Check from Anthony. And really like this from Andrew. Talk about it a lot. Button versus big blind. Flopping top pair of ace-x. Coming in for a check. Just because a lot of the time we're going to have the big blind near drawing dead on this flop. When we flop top pair, the fem range is very wide. So just for a bit of deception, always nice to have some top pairs in the check back range, and this very nice candidate for it. So we're seeing the queen of clubs roll off on the turn, and now Anthony After turning a Broadway draw, coming for a raise here to 750, ripping 2 pair plus. Andrew not going anywhere here. And the 8 of clubs on the river. So complete whiff for Anthony here. Be interesting to see if he does come in for the bluff. It's about 1.6k. So Anthony here, hands he's repping. A lot of the time it's just only King Jack, and you expect him to lead a lot of his 2 pairs on the hand on the turn rather than check raise them. Just because don't want Andrew checking behind and maybe snagging. He had like a gut shot, letting him realise his equity, but Andrew going to pay it off with top pair. It's a good call with the ace-5. Don't actually beat any value hands. It's hard, I guess, for Anthony to have a bluff in this spot, so nice little call with the ace-5 there. A bit of a fruity check raise on the turn with a jack 7 off. Would have just preferred to see it go to the mark, but Anthony thought he could take the pot down another way. Miko #1 says, are phones allowed on the feature table?
Yeah, don't. Obviously we've had a lot of goings on in the internet world and all that, but on the rail they're allowed. Don't use them in a hand. Have a little bit of etiquette by yourself. Realise that if you're on the phone and you've got cards in front of you, it looks bad. Try not to use it as much as you normally do. But there's no ban on phones. You can't watch the live stream. But texting your friends that you're on TV might get a bit of information that's open to everybody. It's not frowned upon. Just try not to use your phone when you're not in a hand, because not so much that it looks bad, but it's a little bit of etiquette from the players. Just means that it just shows. And Jay's always said, if you've got somebody watching TV on his mobile, or he's playing games on his mobile and he's not paying attention to the table, you've got more information about the table than they have. And Jay's always said it. So, but they are allowed, just not on the table, on the rail, but just try not to use them while you're on the feature table would be good, but it's not allowed. Cheers.
Blind on blind, checks all the way down to the river.
Can I have a change, Ross?
Well, I went down to play turbo one morning. I bust last left at day 1 and went down to play turbo on day 2, and they're waiting like 26 players at work. Where are you? We've got 5 tables playing at work.
Raise 250. 250. Go. Raise. 1100.
So we've got a hand occurring here. Daniel opening the ace queen under the gun, flat from Andrew, and Anthony coming in with the 3-bet with the 10s on the button to 1.1k. Go either way with the 10s here. We are fairly deep, can 3-bet start extracting value from worse hands that can potentially peel. As well as that, we also get the better lead when we do go post-flop, assuming that our opponents are going to be playing in flow, which is going to be checked to us, get to dictate the action on the flop. do get a pill from both hands as expected. And got an action flop as well because Andrew flopping an overpair here, slightly pipped by Anthony though. So it's going to check to Anthony, and almost always should be coming in for a bet here. Can't see any reason why we didn't check this flop after being the original 3-better. So it fires for 2.1k. And Dan, easy fold, and Andrew here with the 9s, we're going to have to call. I say we're going to have to call. It looks like he's going to fold, and he shows the 9s, and I wouldn't be shying them. No. I know people are going to find out in half hour's time, but yeah, I know it looks like a great fold on this occasion. But
it shows in the 10s as well.
I need to call once there with the 9s, so he's still ahead of a large proportion of the 3-bet range on the button. We're just going to be folding overpairs on a flop to 1 pair. Can be exploited by opponents at the table.
Good afternoon, wherever you're watching the live stream from. Always good to find out where everybody is from. Good afternoon to Rebecca, who's going to be playing tomorrow. Got herself a seat. Whoop, whoop. Watching the live stream at the moment. Arthur Harvey's wandering past. Arthur came 3rd about 4 years ago now, did Arthur? Arthur never, ever, ever is late.
Always on time.
Always on time, old Arthur. He finished 3rd in the GUKPT about 4 years ago here in Blackpool. Monday night comp started. 20 minutes later, in walked Arthur. In walked Arthur, strolling round the corner, and everybody just turned around and went, they're in the building. See, he wouldn't have got that if he'd have been on time. He wouldn't have got that. So he just waited that 8 to 20 minutes and walked in the first level. I thought, he knows what he's doing here. Oh, it was brilliant.
State says watching from the spoons over the road. Must have it on his old device. I doubt they've got it on the screens in there. I don't even think they have screens in there.
Watching from the Velvet Coaster. Good afternoon, Velvet Coaster. It's a great boozer.
So Craig just sits down at the table and finds kings. Going to get action as well on the 10, 6, 7 flop. We've got middle pair for Daniel and top pair for Anthony here. So Craig may size up the C-bet a bit, may go around half pot. Simply, there are some bad turns for our hand that not necessarily put us behind but can kill our action. And also want to potentially try and go heads up to the turn rather than freeway in this particular spot. But should... That's a really, really good fold from down there. And Anthony makes the call with top pair. Dan didn't even get involved with middle pair top kicker. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Good card for us as Craig. Only really changes the fact that we now go behind to Queen at 10, which would have turned top 2. So I want to come in for another bet here. Try and extract some value from hands like 10-9, 10-8, 7-8, 7-9. Not really much Queen X in Anthony's range, but going to let it go facing the double barrel there with second pair. The King's going to take that one down.
Yo Yamo says the Colonel. Yeah, a few years ago he had the beard and the goat. He looked like Colonel Sanders off the KFC adverts. The Colonel. Top one. No, it was a great result for Arthur. Afternoon lads, says Brad Simpson in the chat box. Are we okay? Drayton Tower is playing down in Westcliff tonight, needs a bit of luck. Yeah, I guess the final table's on the horizon. I reckon the final table's on the horizon for Bradders. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, Brad.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have 1 minute.
So 15 minutes to go until the end of this level and the end of this first session of the GUKPT and the start of the break. When we finish the break, there'll be a new table, and it does include the Colonel and Jamie Nixon and Ryan Mandara, who chopped the side event yesterday, and Midi.
And Midi's on it as well.
Wowzers. And Carl Pickles. As well. And Danny Hernan, who chopped the mini main. And Gary Swan. What a table. What a table. Woohoo! And Brad's just confirmed it. Apparently the next table is strong. Jamie Nix has posted that he's going to be on social media, which is what we don't say. That's what we do, you see. We don't discourage anybody from texting away that they're on the feature table. I always say, please don't lose your phone in a hand, and the dealer should take control of that, to be fair.
Got a CFO in the old Twitch chat.
Oi, oi!
You still in Malta, Steve?
No way.
He's in Italy, I'm guessing. Nico says, how's Rome?
He's in Rome. What's he doing in Rome now?
Tower.
Now, where does that guy ain't got time for a job. Where does it now? What are you doing in Rome? When in Rome? What does he say? Eat pizza.
Raise 400.
So Norman, just going to limp the jacks here in a hijack. Doesn't fancy an open. Want to be opening this hand a lot of the time by his pocket jacks, or almost all of the time. There's just not a lot of reason to limp. Want to start extracting value from a hand. He must have opened, couldn't have been a limp because the big blind has folded. So obviously a graphic error there. Norman did come in for a raise with the jacks. Good to see.
Obviously just top six. What's because the two now? Obviously Kellett's top six.
Yeah, but I'm close to not those two and six. She missed one
Enid turns up.
Going to join us for the last 6 minutes of the session.
Just got out of bed. Enid mustn't won herself a seat last week. Vinny, her husband, final tabled a few years ago, but it must be about 5-6 years ago now. Vinny chopped it here in Blackpool. She was on the rail, loudest rail we'd had, screaming away she was. Come on, Vinny! It's great to see so many locals playing this event. Good to have them on board.
Boris on Twitch asks, can a player with earphones in listen to the live stream without watching?
That's something we have no idea that would ever happen.
We'd no way to tell.
How would we know what they're listening to? If they are, then they're not supposed to be, but we would never be able to tell if that's what's happening. So that's something we can't police, unfortunately.
Don't get to see the pictures, they just get to hear our voices, Tower, so... Eight through Deuce Rainbow at the flop. Norman, the original opener here. Gonna want to be continuing this board, almost always 8 high, very dry. We've got some nice potential backdoor possibilities as well with our hands, some good double barrel candidates. 5 diamonds on the turn. This is one of them potential double barrel candidates. Start targeting the ace highs in Daniel's range. Probably would pull once in position. Also, we can start targeting hands like 4s from 7s. Start 8x isn't going to fold to a double barrel, but we can potentially set up a triple barrel against that part of Dan's range. But Dan here, really good instincts here, calling twice with just ace high. I don't know if he's played with Norman before or if he's picked up something here, but and a jack on the river. So now Norman rivering top pair, and Dan will make the call now after rivering top himself. And there's the call, and Dan's going to show the ace jack. Norman going to lose that pot. Really good instinct from Dan on the turn. I'm not sure he must be calling there because he believes he's in front. He may have some history with Norman.
In the top 5,
All we really have is ace high and we'll draw, but good initiative on the turn. Who told Brad to ask that question?
What's that? And I was Malta, Jay.
We'll try and forget about it, Brad. Put it that way. It was a very good trip actually. I enjoyed it a lot. When I weren't playing poker, but the poker in general didn't go too well. It's just one of them things. It happens, I guess. You have trips like that. You have good trips, you have bad trips, and had a very good time out there.
Yeah.
Got to do some comms as well. I've got to do a little bit of comms out there.
Get yourself in. That's what we wanted to see.
Afternoon, Jim Marlowe in the chat. And Donna as well. Good afternoon, Donna. We're Tower and Journey, she says.
Hey up, Donna. How are you? See, Donna's off to Madrid. Well done, Donna, for all your hard work, for being a moderator and being involved in the part of the MPN, which Grosvenor Online are help getting seats and packages towards the final MPN in February in Madrid. Congratulations, Donna. Seen that on social media that you're heading there with a full package. Well done. And congratulations.
Ace 9-4, rolling off on the flop, 2 clubs.
I just need to try and get myself in the comms box for the final MPN of. I know Grosvenor are running satellites as well, so they've got involved in the satellites. Good old Tom, saw Tom over there as well. So always good to see the online team. I'm sure the online team might be down in the grand final this year.
Yeah,
usually are, aren't they?
Usually are, yeah.
Usually there.
Slowly approaching the end of the first session. 15-minute break. Dinner break in the level 4 today. That is our hour break. Give the players a chance to get some food.
Yeah, there's a complimentary buffet upstairs in the restaurant, as always. End of level 4. New table on its way in 25 minutes. There's only about 8 minutes to go until the end of this session. GUKPT.com, YouTube, Twitch, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook. Plenty of places to watch us, and don't forget the brand new addition to the Poker Live app. Click on the live stream and watch it, just like they're watching across the road in the Velvet Coaster while they're enjoying a beer and a bevy and a bite to eat. And the live stream on in the Velvet Coaster across the road. That's the way to do it. Afternoon, people, if you're watching in the Velvet. Great in the summer. You want to be.
I can imagine in the summer how like there's
3 levels,
yeah, 3 stories, like
3 stories. 2 of the stories are outside, upstairs. A lot of pims, sat there, feet up, sunglasses on, watching the world go by while it's raining. Beautiful place. So wherever you are watching the live stream, good afternoon. Plenty of players, people watching from all over the place, and it's always good to have you on board. Back to the board.
Yeah, Craig's got an easy squeeze here out the small blind after the action that's occurred in front of us. Chris opening UTG, Dan flatting on his direct left, Andrew coming along on the hijack, and almost always want to be squeezing here out the small as Craig. Going to be out of position post flop, want to try and at least thin the fill down, try and potentially get heads up in this pot, or take it down now, we don't mind that either. Just repping a very strong hand here, Craig, after a UTG open, UTG +1 flat, and then we come in for a squeeze out the small blind. It's just seems very strong and not getting any action. I'm going to take that one down. State asks, is there a break every 2 hours? Yes, there is. Every 2 hours there is a break, and we switch the featured table.
Brad Sims says, bully cash in the side event must have been easy. He played well. He played well. We're not asking about the aces, but yeah, he played really well.
What happened with the aces?
Cash,
I know about it, yeah.
Cash for 5th. Played well. Enjoyed it. enjoying it. And a lovely promotion going on in the Grosvenor Casino this month. If you have a G1 card, you can double up on the old spirits for free. So that was a nice little bonus. If you got your G1 card, 10% off food on a regular basis, 10% off your bar bill, and for the whole of November, if you've got a G1 card, which everybody should have, it is a double up for nothing.
Raise 400.
A7-3, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Norman raising the 6s. Chris pinning the Jack-9 in position. Fairly standard pre. Queen of Spades rolling off on the turn. Norman could potentially come in for a bet here now after Chris checks behind flop. Potentially deny some equity to some overcards. But Chris can potentially have some Queen X here in his range. So Norman thinks better of it, comes in for a check. Should be calling once here though, blind on blind. We're getting 5-1 in the call, but no. Just going to let it go, and Chris is going to take it with the worst of it, Jack High.
Damien Davis, good question in the GUKPT chat box. How many more events are left for the leaderboard for packages? Well, if you go to GUKPT.com and the homepage, there's a great big picture of last year's winner, Yanis Lipanis, and right at the bottom of the page he says the final qualifying events include all GUKPT side events, or all GUKPT events in Blackpool except the bounty at the end of the week. And then the 25-25 Edinburgh, the 25-25 Coventry, and the deep stacks in Manchester and Thanet. They are the final events in the leaderboard, and as we were saying, it's 5 from 6 players. That's what it looks like, unless the guy in 7th finishes winner of this, winner of a 25-25, and winner of a deep stack. That's how far away it is. But 6 from 5, 5 from 6, sorry, for the full packages. So it will be intense. So we will keep you updated.
Semtex on Twitch says, hi Tower and Jay, day off work watching the stream, making plans for the grand final. Glad to see you recovered from Ireland and Boovie cashing in the side event. That's Pete Wigglesworth on Twitch.
Hey, Wiggy. Wiggy was over in Ireland for the IPO. So, rivered a Queen, Andy Jones, but the 3s bring up a flush for Anthony Poole in seat number 1.
I'm very surprised if there's a bet on this River Tower.
Yeah, I think the showdown value is good. Yeah, check. I've got a spade. Have you managed a spade? I've got 3s.
Oh, no, it's coming for value here, Anthony. Yes. With the pocket 3, so
you might get a call here from Andy.
Well, what do you think about the action actually? Just looking back at it now, Andrew's opened under the gun here. Like you expect him like all the spades. He's going to open under the gun like the ace, the king.
Shows him the queen as well.
Even the jack of spades are probably going to come into value here. So maybe for that reason, Anthony just feels like he's always got the best hand, and his opponent's just never got a flush. But the problem with that bet is what we try to get called by. Like, as we can see, Andy had top pair, top kicker there, and that just snap folded. So it's very, very difficult in them situations to get called by a worse hand. So it can just be better to check it behind. This is very likely to be the last hand of the first session of the main event here in Blackpool. We will head out on a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:45 with a new feature table.
Yeah, Yanis has just said a couple of minutes ago till the end of this session.
So it folds to Craig in the hijack. He's got an easy open here with the pocket threes. And Norman not going to be going anywhere with the fives. He'll make the call in position. Chris here, 10-9 suited on the button. He won't be folded. Can take either option with this hand. There's a hijack open and a flat. Can potentially free bet, but Chris takes the more passive option with a 10-9. We're just happy with this hand on the button to see a flop in position. Lots of playability with the 10-9 suited. Yeah, it looks like Andrew getting an attractive price, going to flick in a call with a king-6, 4 to the flop, last hand of the session. Any good flops about for Craig? Oh wow, Chris is going to get into a bit of trouble here. And Chris flopping at trip 9s, and we've got Craig flopping at a boat here with the pocket 3s, so cooler alert. And Norman betting the 5s, doesn't realise how far behind he actually is. I actually like the bet here from Norman, once checked to us with the 5s. Good to bet here. Can potentially just take the pot down. We want to deny equity to all the overcards. Don't want to let them realise their equity.
Is Chris going to be raising?
Raise 1,700.
Well, he has him in at 1.7. This is in at 1.7. I was scared a little bit of the flush draw, thinking that Norman might be betting with the clubs.
And this is just music to Craig's ears, because Craig's just got the effect of nuts here. Chris isn't going to be raising quads, so Craig will be aware Chris is representing a 9. He can also have flush draws. Like Chris's range here now basically is condensed to 9x and flush draws here. So Craig should just almost always be flatting. Want to potentially let Chris snag a flush on the turn or continue barreling with his 9x hands. But Norman got an easy fold now. But what hand we got here, guys? Last hand of the session. Queen of Hearts on the turn. And now this is an interesting spot for Chris, because we've got to be wary about what is Craig's cold calling range here. He's called a raise on the flop. He hasn't just called a raise on the flop, he's cold called a raise on the flop. So potentially Craig can have 9x hands here as well. He can also have nut flush draws and then pocket 3s as well, as he does actually have here. But like cold calling range at Craig here is pretty defined. So Chris may check this one behind and just for a bit of pot control, but he's going to come in for another bet. Yeah, 22.
Yep, 2.2.
Now once Chris double barrels here, I think Craig's going to be fairly confident that Chris does have a 9x hand. You think if we're Chris here and we raise the flush draw on the flop, we've got to be very wary about Craig's cold call. So a lot of the time we're going to check back that flush draw, take the free card, potentially try and snag a club.
Is it just a call?
Well, it depends on how Craig thinks. What's Chris going to do with a 9 if we raise it? And that's what it comes down to here is Craig. Like Chris is just almost always going to have a 9 here once he double barrels this after raising the flop. He's just almost always going to have a 9. And this is a gross spot now for Chris, but I think we can fold. I think we can fold just the way the hand's played. And there's the fold.
That's a great fold.
Just before the end of the session.
That is a quality fold, and it was an instant. There's a raise. Show me one. He says. He says you'll be impressed if you show the bluff, but he hasn't, and that was a good hand to finish the session with. We will see you back here in 15 minutes.
The flop's really horrible. It's like when you raise in, it's like
You know I've got a 9.
If I come over the top of that, obviously.
And on the turn, we'll check that one.
Go on.
Is that 3 or 4? You can put it up away. You get it in your hand.
And do we move them now or do we wait until they
Yes,
come
you
back?
move them now. So put them in racks, put the seating cards in, and then you move these ones first, and then you move them back.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start moving now. So it goes 1, 2, and we're going to need obviously GDPR form from me as well.
Yeah.
Actually, it should be full. Yeah, he's full.
yeah.
He's full. Yeah, I'll take it. Very bad spot. Sorry, very bad spot. I need to make sure we're all. Okay, can you do something for me? I'll take one of them off. But can you take a stack? This is no show. Can you take a stack of each table, 3, 4? Take one stack off. And it is seats. 6. So 8, 9 is empty. 6 hasn't arrived. So you can put it in there if you want. But you can take the rest of them out for me. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'll put this one in as well. As soon as he comes.
Come back, buddy. What's his name? Johnny. He wants to be his choice. You swap it. Only one person in your family. I'm third. Go check.
You have 3 minutes remaining.
The bits, just announce it a bit louder. It's going to get even busier.
Yeah, it's going to
get carnage. So just announce it loud. I can't believe that 90 clubs is under the table. I don't know how long I've been there. I've certainly started the game, but I don't know how long.
What time was you drinking till the other night?
8 a.m. Finish in the club next to the bar where we was, and after that I finished at the bar of the hotel. Only Michael and I. And we met some dealers who was at the hotel. 6. Hello. Hi.
It's still cheaper than regular.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back for the second session of the day. Players just taking their seats. We have got a very good feature table lined up for this session. Just going to run you through who we've got. In seat 1 is Jamie Nixon. Seat 2 is the Colonel. Seat 3, Ryan Mandara. Seat 4, Midi. Seat 5, Carl Pickles. Seat 6, Danny Hernan. And in seat 7, Gary Swan. Didn't really get much of a chance to talk about the hand just before the break. If you caught that, seemed like it was going to be a huge call up, but Chris making a very disciplined laydown on the turn after flopping trip nines on what seemed like a fairly dry board, but sort of broke the spot down in his head and realised that he just couldn't be winning. The way the hand had played, he just couldn't be in front in that spot, and made a very, very good laydown.
That's just from the winnings.
Right, 350.
There's some teacups brewing up here. Who's not taking away the empties?
This is my first cup all day.
That'd be me then. That'd be me then. Not a bad table, pal.
Yeah, it's a really good table.
Right, 1750.
Looking forward to this session. And straight into action here. Jamie opening the hijack with the ace-10. Ryan just opting to flat the ace-jack on the button. And Midi coming in for the rebet here out the small with the Jack-10 suited. And he's going to take that one down. With the worst of it. Midi straight into the action with the old 3-bet bluff out the small.
What a table. Something, if you are watching the live stream and you are intending playing tomorrow or even Saturday, the GUKPT breakfast is on, served in the Gallery restaurant Thursday, which is today, Friday and Saturday, 10 AM until midday. So just before we start, good that the staff have got the players in mind, so they've got the restaurant open and they've got the chefs working from 10 AM. A GUKPT breakfast: 2 bacon, sausage, scrambled eggs, baked beans, mushrooms, black pudding, tomatoes, fried bread, tea or coffee, $5.50. Not being funny, but that is a bargain.
Yeah,
that is awesome. So the GUKPT breakfast, if you fancy it tomorrow, coming in for a busy day, it's on in the Gallery restaurant upstairs. £5.50 for full English. Get yourself in and enjoy a nice meal before we even start playing tomorrow's day 1B.
How has Midi got 67k already?
Not sure. Not sure.
He has got it in front of him as well. You can see it there, but
that's a complete double up, isn't it? A treble.
Treble and a bit more.
Yeah. Not a bad table. Jamie Nix, the Colonel, Arthur Harvey, Ryan Mandara, Midi, Tom Middleton, Carl Pickles, who cashed in the mini.
Yeah, 20 something for Carl.
Coming to the table is there Danny Hernan. That's Gary Swan sat there in 7. What a table. Morning, Harry. Well, of course, there's a great idea. I think there's a fireplace and everything.
Raise 400.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Harry, he's just put his head in his hands and he's just gone, uh-oh. Right then. There's a hand involving J9?
Yeah, no, this was in the mini main on Monday.
Yeah.
There was
which bullet?
This was first bullet actually.
Oh, okay.
This was first bullet. There was an open, a flat, and we had Jack 9 of clubs on the button. We decided to 3-bet. Get heads up with the original opener. Flop comes ace, queen, queen, 2 clubs. We flop a flush draw. Check on the flop. Don't decide to continue. It was ace, queen, sorry, ace, queen. Don't decide to continue because I think I'm going to check back a lot on the ace X on this flop. So I check behind. Turn comes an 8. giving us a gut shot and a flush draw. It's checked to me once again. We then size up. We go like 3/4 pot. He tanks for about 30 seconds, makes the call. Rivers an offsuit 3, complete brick, and we shove for effective like 1.6x pot. What he had in front of him, and he tanked for about 2 minutes and folded. And then I got Harry on me right. I was about to muck my hand, and Harry's like, "Show it, show it, show it." So I span it over, and that was it. Really, that was it. It got through, but had my reasons. That's it. I played a fun hand against Harry actually as well. I had no idea what he had, but played a pretty fun hand against Harry in the mini. But it was good to see you, Harry.
Yeah, when the fireplace is roaring across the road, it is good. But don't forget tomorrow, if you fancy a fantastic breakfast before we start, 10 AM until midday, a full English upstairs in the gallery restaurants. Come and have a bite to eat, get in from the cold, and then start your day one. Next GUKPT for us is the big one. The grand final. It's a full 2-week festival. The 18th of November until the 1st of December. That is a full 2-week festival. All the details are there. We struggle to run through every single day what is on, but it will start. It will start on Saturday the 16th with the online flights. We've got online legs of everywhere, and then day 1A on the 18th of November, which is a Monday, starts with £25.50, £250 buy-in, 50,000 guaranteed. I think last £25.50 they had over 100,000 in the prize pool.
So yeah, a lot more. I think he was here like 120k tower.
Yeah. So check out all the details, please. GUKPT.com/grand final, or just click on events on the homepage and click on to GUKPT, and it says 2019 and 2020 schedules that are already there. So it is a full 2-week festival. Looking forward to going down to the grand final.
Midi flopping at a bottom set here on 9-5-3, 2 clubs, and Ryan with an overpair here, so could potentially lose a few chips in this pot. Ryan should be continuing here almost always 4-way. We've got an overpair to the board with a pre-flop aggressor, and does come in for a bet.
Raise 2800.
No slow play for Midi. Going to come in for a raise straight away with a threes. Makes it 2.8k to go. Now Ryan with the pocket 10s here. Overpair to the board. We have the 10 of clubs in our hand, so from a card removal standpoint, Midi's going to have less flush draws in this spot. But Ryan going to call with the 10s, and we will take a turn.
Set of threes very prominent today. Midi's already doubled up with quads over the full house, and he's now flopped a set of threes, which are a little bit dangerous now. Straightening board, flushing board, and look at that river.
Is that a 10?
Is that a 10? Is that the 10 of spades? Oh, it is the 10 of spades. Oh, what a river.
So Ryan river in top set here with the 10s. But needs to be thinking about hands that Midi raises the flop with and checks back turn. Ryan can potentially have flush draws in his range. You think about hands that Ryan's going to continue to raise with on the flop. It's basically overpairs and flush draws, ace-9 suited, which he would open under the gun. But other than that, it's not really too much. So Midi, once the club does peel off on the turn, basically only ahead of overpairs and a flush draw as well. So check over set, and Midi with the check behind there, really good check behind, and didn't lose another penny.
Yeah, it's unlucky. It doesn't do anything about it. Doesn't say anything. Just crack on. Very solvent in the YouTube chat box gave us the information that Midi doubled up with quads against King Full with pocket nines. The quad nines.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that, Harry. In that hand, Harry didn't mention that there was a jack of spades exposed before the free bet. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Raise 400.
And then he opening the ace-6 suited under the gun. Gary in the cut-off with the ace-9 here. He's got a call. The Colonel's in and Ryan defends the big. So 4-way to the flop. 5-3 deuce rainbow, so Ryan flopping the best of it. This should check through. Midi not going to be continuing into 3 players with just ace high. The King of Spades rolling off on the turn, giving the Colonel the nut flush draw. We're going to come in for a bet, and that will be job done. No player can continue with their holdings. Been a fairly quiet start on day 1A in terms of runners.
Yep.
I'm expecting over the next hour or two plenty of players to filter through the door. Either that or we'll just get 300 runners tomorrow.
Yeah. Every single table in use tomorrow, and they'll be just that could be the case, to be fair.
We've got picks opening ace jack under the gun. Colonel making a very loose pill here on the bum with the ace-6.
Jack, Queen, Jack is the flop.
Whoa!
How does that work?
Midi flopping at trips here.
And Carl Pickles has got trips with a better kicker.
So Carl going to come in for a continue here with the ace jack. And Midi.
Raise 2,000.
Puts in a raise. Makes it 2k to go. And this is great for us as Carl here, because you don't expect Midi to raise like the Queen Jack. So effectively we're just always going to have the nuts in this spot.
Whoa, what a turn card. King of clubs rolls off on the turn. Does this slow it down completely?
I don't think so, Tower. I think, well, he has gone check, but it shouldn't really change too much. 10 on the river.
Wow.
Like one of Midi's bluffs does get there, 10-9, gets there on the turn. But now Carl going to come in for a bet with Broadway. And Midi with the Jack-9 here. Carl obviously repping an ace-X hand. Can have ace-king, can have ace-queen, ace-10 that turned the straight, ace-jack as well, as we can see what he's got here.
Imagine the 10 of clubs on the river.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I think he's just going to work out how he's going ace in his hand.
It's working out what hands like Carl's going to have bluffs here. Like he's never going to come in for value here with anything worse than a straight. And like when he calls down really, unless he's just gone, like, he's not even really a Queen X or King X hand that he can turn into a bluff because. So I think Midi will figure this one out. Be very surprised if he flicks in the call and there's the fold. There's just nothing we beat there, Tower, in terms of value after Carl calls the raise on the flop. And it's actually a really good run out for the Jack 9 and midi. It doesn't look like that from his perspective, but in terms of the holding Cole had, the run out, let's get away cheaply.
Playing pins. Stephen Hendry played, really.
That's not Terry Jordan. Don't tell me that's Terry Jordan coming into seat 9. Oh my days. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the GUKPT Blackpool. Terry Jordan has arrived.
I'll tell you what.
Ron still asks, is Midi a pro? Yes, he is a pro.
If you just if you check him out, he's won more online than he has live.
Yeah, and his live earnings are 3.3 million. So
Yeah.
best live cash of 1.26 million. Countless cashes around the globe.
Yeah. Did he not win the EPT Barcelona?
Let's have a look. Yeah, the EPT Barcelona back in 2013.
Yeah.
First for €942,000. Not a bad day's work.
Matthew comes to seat 8 and in seat 9 Terry Jordan.
What a table we've got here.
It is like a setup.
Early treat, early treat. Terry's in with a 7 deuce straight away, flopping 2 a pair as well. And we've got Jamie with pocket 8s. Against Terry here. Got a call here as Jamie. Usually when someone bets into 3 players on the flat, I'll probably pass the 8s, but against this particular opponent, I completely understand why Jamie has made the call. And Terry going to come in for the second street of value hit with his 2 pair, bet at 2.2k. Now facing the double barrel, Jamie just gets out of the way, understandable. We've got a very bad hand to call with in terms of blocking a lot of bluffs that Terry can have. The 8-9, a lot like the straight draw as a block, the flush draw as a block, so thinks better of it. Terry straight to the table, in with a 7 deuce, flopping 2 pair. Good afternoon, Carpet Catcher on Twitch.
Oi, the Carpet Catcher. So, Mick the Modern Carpet Catcher, who'll be watching all the streams that we've done in the last month. Malta. Mick became one of our mods, so Mick our number 1 became Mick the Mod.
Mick the Mod.
Aye. Rolls off the tongue better.
So ace-9 for Terry, makes it 300 to go. Colonel's in with the 5 deuce. Ryan with the same hand, builds in the cut-off. That's going to bring Midi along. It's not going to bring him along. He's actually going to come in for the squeeze with the ace-8 hit. Get behind this a lot. Terry's going to be opening very wide, no matter what position he's in. It's not dead money in with the
If
flats.
you don't know Terry Jordan and it's first time you've seen him on our table, sit back and enjoy.
So Midi happy to get heads up with Terry in position. Ace-8 again, so Terry could potentially be in the old value hands as well against his open, 3-betting it for value. Jack 10-9, rainbow at the flop, so got bottom pair for Terry, top kick up, Midi flops an up and down straight draw. Check on the flop, and Midi continues to run well, 7 on the turn.
Delicious.
Giving him a straight, and Terry going to come out for a bet. Semi clubs on the river.
Champions in the house. There's the board on the river. Oh, sorry, have they gone check?
Nah, Midi, Terry checked, Midi came in for value, and Terry just got out of the way as expected.
So, good afternoon everybody, welcome to the GUKPT Blackpool, leg number 8, leg 9, the grand final on its way in London, starts the 18th of November. Check all details on Facebook, on social media, on the website. It is a full 2 weeks of tournaments. It'll be absolutely rammed every single day if you want to play poker. The Victoria Casino, Edgware Road, and the poker room are and will be the place to be. It'll be incredible.
Got a straddle on tower. Straddle's on.
No way.
Yeah.
We've straddled to 400 in a tournament. The smiles from Ryan.
Oh, he's got jacks as well.
No way, how's he done that?
Finds the old hooks on the straddle.
How's he done that?
And Carl here can actually
Minnie's out of the way.
Come in fairly wide with raises. Try and get heads up against a random range of Terry. I know Terry's got jacks in this case, but more often than not he's just going to have trash and ace-8 in this particular scenario, just well ahead of a random range.
Yeah, well, it's 3-bet to 1,000. Gary's coming on for the line with Queen 10. So he'll call. Now Matthew in C8's got a decision. The King 10 of diamonds.
He's not folding that. Most certainly not folding. But it looks like he's had a deep reach here, so understands that Carl could...
4,000! Terry! Now what are we doing?
He looks like he snapped down, he's just snapped called.
He has just called. I was expecting a rip. Pete says, yeah, you lot can tangle, not me.
Yeah, I get behind this from Matt. You got the random blind raise, let's call it, under the gun from Terry, and then picks can be very wide on the button. You got the dead call from Gary as well, so not the worst squeeze candidate, the King 10 suited. A lot of the time we are going to pick it up. But one of the reasons I don't like it is I don't think Terry's going to be folding too often. Like, even though it's 4K, Terry's here, he's happy having multiple bullets, he wants to play post flop.
Now the Queen 10 comes along for the ride, and that's a flop we want to see. 5-5-9, 2 clubs for Gary. Terry, it'll bet.
So that 5K.
Wouldn't surprise me if this is ripped in, I tell you. From Gary Swan.
Yeah, if somehow I've got to the flop with this hand and this SPR, it's just going to go in. Probably never get into the flop in this situation with this hand, but once we get here, if we do happen to get here in a 4-bet pot with Queen 10 out the small and we flop the flush draw.
Has it made a difference because Terry decided to straddle?
Oh yeah, of course. This pot's only bloated the way it is because of the straddle from Terry under the gun.
And there we go. We said fireworks and then and the second hand need Terry Jordan as shown as the fireworks. He's got the jacks, he's actually in front. It's a 60-40 on the flop. We've just come to the table. Terry Jordan's only played 2 hands, and here he is. He's all in.
So Gary needs to find a queen or a club to keep his tournament alive. Terry with the best of it.
Well, that's not one of them.
So same scenario, fading the queen or the club for Terry. And it's a 10, so Terry Jordan.
And Terry shouted, give him the 10 of diamonds. It wasn't, it was the 10 of spades. That is what happens when you straddle in a tournament. You look down and you have a genuine and you get somebody all in with a flush draw. I'm not sure if Swan is out, but Gary Swan. Yeah, that is it. That is it. We've got a flush draw. And you know what they say about people chasing straights and flushes? Always end up going home on buses.
The thing is, Tao, we've got a fault to the 4-bet. We can't be dealing the Queen 10 to a 4-bet out of position. I know technically it's not a 4-bet, it's a 3-bet because it's a blind raise from Terry, but even still, I always go on about small blind. You want to be very selective with the hands you play in the small. Worst position you be at the table, you're reacting first on every street. But if we somehow are in the pot, once we get that flop, I think we've just got to go with it.
just walking through the door during the start of the hand. Last year's champion has just entered the building. Yanis Liparis
350.
has just entered the building.
What's the cheap? Keep me under there.
25 after this.
10-3-10. Here's the latest flop after initial raise from Jamie in C1. It's called by Terry, defending with the 8 deuce. This will be a bet fold, and it is.
We keep this table all day, Tower.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Unfortunately, the end of level number 4, there will be a 60-minute dinner break and a change of tables for 5 and 6. But we can enjoy the next 2 hours, that is for sure. Bringing us action all the way through until that dinner break for us round about 4:45.
Bovey says loves the feature table. Yeah, it's going to be a good session, I can tell you that. Only half hour into this one. And I can say there's going to be fireworks at some point or another. We've already seen a few. Especially now Terry's got chips as well. I'm sure we'll see him very active, involved in a lot of pots, bringing the entertainment to you guys at home. So the Colonel opening the Jack 10 off under the gun. That coming in for 3-bet with the Queens. And he's going to pill the Jack 10 out of position. Personally, should just be mucking once our UTG open gets 3-bet. A lot of the time we're just going to have to pass the Jack 10. Fine to just fold to a 3-bet. Don't have to see every flop. Going to have to fold now once facing the continue from Matthew. Shows the ladies as well.
Raise 400.
Come on, Ryan, let's go, he says. Oh, I want this table forever.
So Ryan opening the ace-10 suited UTG and Midi coming in with a 3-bet on his direct left here. Very strong this from Midi. Ryan probably would have folded, but now Terry's in the pot. Ryan probably going to pill here, closing the action with the ace-10. We're getting a more attractive price. Good playability with this hand as well. So now he's going to pill. I think if we saw Terry fold, we would have seen Ryan get out of the way. Terry flops the best of it, flopping a 9 and now going to come in for a bet.
Terry's it. Not many back doors really for Midi.
Yeah, I think if there's one club on the board here, Tower, Midi's going to pill, but no back doors other than a running Broadway. Just ace high. What's I play against Terry's double barrel on the turn? Just let it go there. Yusuf just come to the table and he's found the pocket threes under the gun +2 and run into the boots of Matthew on his direct left. Comes in for a free bet to 1.1k, and Terry with ace queen in the cutoff, he's just going to flat, and Yusuf will be making the call. Well, it looks like the Colonel's in as well with the old pocket nines, and Yusuf going to have to call here with the threes, closing the action, try and flop a set potentially. Terry's going to get in trouble here. This is queen high. It's jack high, jack 10, 6, 2 hearts to flop, so over pair for Matthew. Terry, Broadway draw, backdoor hearts. 2 overs for the nines of the Colonel, so should be going heads up to the turn between Matthew and Terry, you expect. But no, the Colonel coming in for the overcall here with the pocket nines. Looks like it's a three-way turn. And it's a 9 on the turn.
Delicious. The Colonel, baby.
Overcalls with the nines with 2 overcards. Turns a set. And that is a boat on the river. And now he's going to come in for a lead. And Matt just can't fold. Cannot fold. And Matt going to see the bad news. The Colonel turning a set of nines.
A wry smile from Matthew. A wry smile from Matthew.
I think it does make the overcall profitable if you're always going to turn a set. In a spot which should have been a slam dunk fold. Make call, got rewarded on the turn. And takes a nice little pot there. Aces being cracked. Jane, not on Twitch. Hello everyone. Is this live? Yes, this is live. This is day 1A of the GUKPT main event.
It's 3:18 p.m. in the afternoon UK time, wherever you are. The only thing that's on a slightly delay is the feature table, because we work on a 30-minute delay for security reasons and the integrity of the game. But we are as live as it comes.
So it folds to Jamie in the cut-off. Going to open the 9-8 off. And Colonel's in again. Ryan may elect to free bet this hand out the small. And it does. And that should be that. Should see 2. The Colonel's been very active actually. He may peel this heads up in position from what I've seen from him so far. He may flick in the call and take the flop, but chooses not to. He might going to take that one down.
Yusuf Erdem, who cashed in the GUKPT a couple of years ago, is now sat on the feature table. Local player.
Terry making it 300 with the 10-8 off. It looks like Pix is defended in the big blind. Ace Jack deuce 2 diamonds at the flop. So Pix catching bottom pair. The Colonel actually got involved with the queen trait in the cut-off. And after flopping the second nut flush draw, bets once checked in and it's 2 quick folds. There's blind 75, 150. They'll be going up in around 25 minutes. Last blind level without the big blind ante, that comes into play level 4. Terry coming in for an open again, more legitimate hand this time. King 10 of clubs under the gun +1. And Colonel going to continue seeing lots of flops as time peels the ace-8 off from the hijack. Middy's in with a 10-8 suited on the button. Pix is now going to peel the deuces in the small. And Yusuf thinks better of the 5-3 in the big blind, so 4 to the flop.
Four-way action. Always good to see. Two like this, I think we expect it. 10, Jack, 10, pair 10s again. And we've got both 10s are out as well. Terry and Middy are going to collide yet again.
This is the second time Middy's flopped trips this session and actually been out-kicked, and he's going to lose a big pot here, especially against this specific opponent. Terry, since he sat down, been so active, involved in nearly every pot. So Middy going to go straight in for value here. He knows that Terry's not going to fold any draw, he's not going to fold any Jack X, so wants to start getting some value from them hands. But Terry with the best of it here. This could be a huge pot tower.
Ace of spades hits the turn.
Middy now choosing to come in for a second street of value. And Terry, once again, will make the call.
And the 2 of clubs hits the river. Yeah, it'll get called.
Yeah, Terry's not folded this.
Have you got Queen King? Terry's not folded.
There's no way Terry has folded trips here, tower.
Even if he says, have you got Queen King, he'll still call. And the King does play for Terry. 2 10s on the flop. Middy. Yes, unlucky again.
Yeah, a bit of a cold deck for Middy. A couple of hands already this session. Not much we can do in that spot there. If anything, against Terry, potentially lost the minimum. Ace of spades being a good turn card in terms of maybe slow down the action a bit. King Queen did get there on the turn, but only a small dent in what is already a huge chip stack at this stage of their day for Middy.
So the Colonel with the Jack Queen, and we got a little bit fortunate turning a set and then rivering a boat against aces. Going to stack up to 26,000. Good evening, or good afternoon, good evening if you are in good evening if you're in Australia. Mid-afternoon here in the UK, wherever you're watching. Whichever part of the world you are watching. You are most welcome to the GUKPT leg number 8 in Blackpool, the northwest of England. 2 legs to go of the tour for this year. Blackpool and then the grand final in London. Yeah, proper sound, the Colonel. Proper sound. Jim Marlowe says, oh, the Colonel absolutely smashes this table. Good afternoon, John Moore, watching on YouTube. Hope you are well. John Moore, one of many watching the live stream. Don't forget you watch on Facebook on Grosvenor Poker. You can watch on YouTube /GUKPT. You can watch on Twitch /GUKPT, and also the GUKPT website, grosvenorcasino.com. And now you can download the Poker Live app, and the Poker Live app also has a link taking you to the live stream for another fantastic edition of the super app that if you click on, it says there are now 51 runners for the main event. 51. Yes, it seems really low, but Thursday afternoon at midday is when we started. You can buy in all day. Late reg is open till the last number of hands called on the evening. And if you can't make a day one, but you still want to flick it in and you think, do you know what, I want to get involved in this, you can buy into day two as well. Registration has to be done 15 minutes prior day two starting to get into the seating draw. And if you fancy getting into an event tonight, the side event is the Omaha £165 late reg until 8:15, and it starts at 6 p.m. 4 30-minute levels, 4, 5 and 6, a level of 4, a level of 5 and a level of 6. If you want to gamble, come in on the level 6. If you want to play a little bit more solid, the 4 card is your option. There are plenty of ways to get involved. Numbers have increased. Already 70 registered for tomorrow. So the Friday, the final buying day. Well, not really, not anymore. Day for the full flight. Obviously, you can buy into day two. But day 1B will start at midday, and a full 12 hours live stream from me and Jay Harwood, who sat to my left.
Got Colonel coming in for a limp here under the gun with the King 10 suited. Midi coming in for the ISO with the Ace Queen. Yusuf going to call, and Terry's in with King 3, and the Colonel going to call closing the action, which means we're going 4-way.
8-4-3 is the flop.
With Terry actually flopping the best of it here with a bottom pair. Yusuf with a wheel draw. Not much for either Midi or the Colonel here. And Terry decides to come in for a donk here for 400. So round 7th pot. And looks like everyone is cool. So 4-way, 2 out of a turn. Terry managing to get value from his bottom pair. All 3 players. Checks through on the turn, and action river. The Colonel river in top pair, Terry river in a 2 pair. So the Colonel probably going to play this one off from what I've seen from him so far this session. Can't see him folding top pair here, especially against Terry as well. Oh, wow, we just got out of the way.
That is a very good
That
call.
is a very,
Must
very
have put,
good
can only put him on 2 pair. Can only put him on 2 pair. Wow.
Yeah, just under 3-1 the call as well. And how's he found that fold tower against
No way. There's no wonder this guy final tables for fun.
just going to open the ace-9 suited, makes it 400. Terry not going anywhere on the button. Queen deuce suited, good enough for him to continue. And the Colonel going to get involved again, defending the 10-8 in the big. King, Queen, 6, rainbow. So Terry with the best of it, flopping middle pair. Deuce on the turn, giving a Terry a 2 pair here, and once checks him, he's going to fire and a snap fold from Carl, just ace high.
Cards out next hand, picks Yusuf. Get out of the way, Matthew in the hijack, raises. Pretty standard. Raise in the hijack.
Go either way with this one, Tower, I'd say, especially like into Ryan's big blind as well, maybe you can go a bit tighter. And especially with Terry and the Colonel behind us as well, like I just think our stills are going to get through a little less often, so maybe need to be opening a bit tighter on that front. But took it down nonetheless with King 4.
Raise for hand. Call. And call.
So we have a flop with Midi defending the big blind. Ace 4-4 is the flop. Not bad when we defend with 4-3.
I think that's the 4th time this session he's flopped troops Midi, but it's only the 2nd time he's actually ahead.
1400.
Comes in for a raise, facing Terry's continue. And Terry just goes out of the way with King High.
So it was 4 and then I'll go.
I've noticed every time as well with Midi, every time he's flop trips, not once has he slow played. 100% of the time he's check raised every single spot. So obviously just trying to build pots and strike the maximum, not trying to get tricky. Going for that strategy. It's not often you flop trips though. You can play a whole day of a tournament sometimes and not flop trips once. It's
paired boards the way forward so far. 10's been the bigger ones.
Raise 325. Call.
Terry
2,250.
opening the old 6-4 under the gun.
Midi 3 bets
Two.
to 2.3 with the queens.
Oh, a free spin.
I noticed that midi Terry went nearly a full 8x with his 3-bet, which is huge, which is like a size that you should never really go, but
He's
I like
already
it.
worked
Yeah,
out
yeah,
T9.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I like it because Terry, once he opens, it's very rare he's going to fold to a 3-bet.
Yep.
So I like sizing up. We talk about it a lot in live poker, guys, like these exploit spots, not necessarily game theory spots, but there's so many exploitable spots in live poker. Just picking up on things on the table, what people are doing, and sort of trying to counteract that in the best way possible. And Midi trying to do that on that occasion with the queens. How are you doing, Brad, in the chat?
He's back.
Back from the school run.
Yep. All Brad does, all the time,
is cooking the school run.
The school run and cook food. That's it. And eat it, obviously. That's it. That's his life. Oh, and go on holiday.
Terry's not folding to Ryan. I know we just saw him fold to a 3-bet from Midi, but I know these guys have a lot of history, played plenty of poker together, and Terry does choose to defend the 7-4 to the 3-bet. That's going to bring the Colonel along as well. Lovely hand for him, 10-9 suited. 3 to the flop. It looks black, so one of these players has flopped a flush or a flush draw. And it is the Colonel. Huge flop for him with the 10-9 of spades.
What a flop that is.
Up and down, a flush draw, and Ryan here, not actually equity favourite, even though he has flopped top pair, second kick up. And
Teddy's just in the hand because I've got a 7. Colonel's going to call.
Now we've got to go.
Wowzers.
Terry looking for the old 4 of diamonds on the turn.
Well, that completes for Colonel. Instant service on the turn. Don't lead out. Oh, he's let out. He's let out. And unfortunately, that should end the hand.
Against certain players, like they may just call once here, their top pair reevaluate on the river, but the Colonel here,
when he check calls a flop and leads a turn, it's just so super strong.
It's like hands, like, you know, Queen Jack here, you can have Jack 8 suited, obviously 9-10 as we can see. But Ryan's got to come up with, has the Colonel ever got a bluff here? Has he ever got a value hand we're ahead of? Is he ever going to do this with Queen 10? I don't think so. The only hand that he may elect to do this with is hands like Jack X of spades. They'll turn a pair and then they just
I've got a call from Ryan.
I need to bet. Well, Ryan did 5 to 1 on the call, well 4 to 1 on the call here in position. I'm guessing he's calling to hope for a river check from the Colonel, but he's not going to get that. The Colonel should just be moving all in here, just over half pot. It looks like he's going to come in through small, very small.
Well, that's 7. Oh, just 4.
Now Ryan in a bit of a spot, 6.5 to 1 on the call. We've got top pair, second kick up. And I guess just in case he's got like Queen 10 or Queen 9 suited here, just going to have to flick it in, and Ryan sees the bad news. And the Colonel up to 40k.
A little bit of value there for the Colonel. GUKPT. Watch us on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, and now on the Go Live app, the Poker Live app. Watch all the action. Live from Blackpool. Oh, do you know what's on next weekend in Blackpool?
No.
Strictly Come Dancing.
I don't watch Strictly.
Me neither.
No, I don't watch it.
Me neither.
So Jamie's been fairly quiet this session, been fairly card dead, not been able to do much, especially with Terry opening on his right almost every hand. It's
and Terry just looked past the dealer, our good friend Ryland, who just looked round. He says, "What are you going involved for?"
Here we go again. Same shit from there.
so Terry does make the call with the A7 off, out of position to Jamie.
Heads up.
10, King 6. Yeah, let's check.
Bet 1800.
Hey, hearts on the turn, does give Terry a gut shot here, so now can find a 9 to make the best hand. But as Jamie here, we're going to have to call once, only one overcard to our jacks. We check back the flop for this reason, so we can call a turn bet in position. And it's off to the river.
Wow.
Which is a 9 to Terry.
Wow.
River in the straight, and Jamie going to be in a bit of a spot here now. With the jacks, we do block the nuts. Terry, although usually an under the gun opening range shouldn't contain much 7x, Terry's going to have a lot more 7s than anyone else at this table in that opening range. And Jamie will be aware of that, but it can be, sometimes you can just level yourself into a call in this spots against opponents.
He's blocking the Jack Queen, so it makes it more likely that you've got to think about the set. Right, it makes a call.
Make the call, and Terry going to show the A7. And unlucky for Jamie there, down to a 6k. Understand the call when Terry fires that river. A lot of the time, it's just going to be repping. Maybe 2 pair can come in for value because Jamie shouldn't have any 7x here actually. So he's repping 2 pair plus on the river or a 7, and a lot of his 2 pairs have to contain a 9 because he's going to continue barreling them.
We have a viewer.
We have a viewer.
Ah, watching the feature table, wonder what it was. What's this doing in my casino, he says. Just come to see what it was. The GUKPT main event feature table. Great setup from cardroomdirect.com. All HD coverage. Well, Brad says, what's the bet Terry bust soon? Well, if it's anybody at the table you are going to think is going to bust out, you've got to be thinking it's the guy that's VPIP's 100%.
Not the guy that's got 60k though, Tower. That's the other thing to take
yeah,
into account. He's got 60k, I think, Brad, so it's going to be hard for him to bust when he's got everyone covered. Jamie fairly short, Ryan fairly short. Pix has been pretty snug, he's been fairly card dead this session, just like Jamie himself. And that's the thing about this game, you can be a good player, but sometimes you just have to fold for 2 hours.
Yep.
If you're not getting the right hands to open, there's not much you can do. It's just about being patient on an hour clock, plenty of time. And the Colonel coming in for a limp hit. And Terry
oi,
finds the
sometimes
ladies.
gets a hand, you know.
And he's just going to flat. And to be honest, if I'm perceived the way Terry plays, I actually really like the flat here with the queens. Keep our range very wide. We can have so many hands. I don't see Terry free bet too much. So with the queens just choosing to flat like it. Facing a C bet from Yusuf. We'll make the call. 6 of spades on the turn. Yusuf waves the white flag, doesn't come in for the double barrel, deuce of spades, on the river. And Terry shows the queens, and the queens are good. They're going to take another pot, probably chip leader in the room, approaching 70k, level 3 of the day.
Nice little competition just put up by PK on Grosvenor Poker on Facebook. The GUKPT main event has just started in Blackpool. The week-long festival, always one of the busiest on the calendar. We're going to run a competition giving away a £110 seat into the GUKPT online 10k, which starts this Sunday at 6 p.m. on Grosvenor Poker. All you got to do for the chance to win the seats, how many entries will the 2019 GUKPT main event get? Please include your Grosvenor Poker alias with your guess, and the winner will be announced on Saturday once late registration closes. And for a little bit of history, PK has put every single winner down for the last 12 seasons. Paul Bracken, the first ever GUKPT winner here in Blackpool, and still the biggest field. 353 runners, the biggest field of GUKPT in Blackpool. Last year, Yanis taken home 84,250 and 304 runners. So a chance on Facebook to get yourself an £110 token to the GUKPT online 10k.
And we got
paid tens again.
Pix finally finds a hat in the terms of queens, and got the best customer as well and position. We're going to come in for a continued Terry flopping a gut shot, won't be going anywhere. He's going to make the call. The way Terry's running, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 7 roll off on the turn. There's the deuce of hearts, and Carl going to come in for a second street here with the queens. And Terry with a gut shot, not folding to the second barrel. 3 of clubs on the turn. Now Terry comes in for a lead, snap call by Carl, and the ladies are good. Good afternoon, Luke, in the chat box. Just catching up with some of the Twitch chat.
Afternoon, Twitch.
Paul Bally in the Twitch. Does the Colonel still give his winnings to charity?
Pass.
Pass as well. Miko says he just buys loads of KFC.
$200 plus 200 should be answered. How much is it?
Good afternoon, Esther as well, watching on Twitch. So fold round in turn to Mr. Jordan on the button. He will not be going anywhere. Any 2 on the button for him. And Jack 6 makes it 450. What is that? 4 hands in a row? Someone's had queens.
This time it's the Colonel.
This time it's the Colonel to pick him up.
Could only ever get action off Terry, but not with the 3-bet. I'm predicting a fold.
Predicted correct tower.
There we go.
Yeah, to be honest.
So there are 3 cash tables running. 2 are Hold'em, 1 is DC. And the blinds are actually up. We're in level 4. Where's the last hour gone?
200.
It has been excellent. So level 4 of the day is here.
Don't forget, guys, after this session, as always, end of level 4, we will head out on an hour dinner break players a chance to get some food. What's going on, Tower? It's Pix's turn.
This is unbelievable, Jeff.
Queens again.
This time we're going to get a bit of action because Yusuf called with ace jack. Teddy's going to call with ace 4. Is Ryan going to defend his big with king 8? Of course he is. The Colonel with 8-6? Of course he is. 5-way action, man. King 9-3.
So Ryan flopping the best of it here, multi-way. This should check through. No one should really be betting this flop 5-way. The Pix is going to come in for a bet. Very small bet from Pix. Guess it's just to try and thin the field down. We can start defining ranges. And in this case, it's only going to be Ryan that will make the call. And the Jack of Diamonds rolls off on the turn. And Ryan should be playing in flow. Want to be checking here. Pix weapon, a fairly strong range once he bets into 4 players.
Oh, vicious, he says. Any queens about?
And set on the river for Pix here. And if Ryan checks, I'd like to see Pix come in for value here. You expect Ryan to lead all his 10x hands on the river. We also, it's hard for him to have a hand like Queen 10 and even Jack 10 once the Jack rolls off on the turn from a card removal standpoint. And I'm really happy to see Pix come in for value here. Very thin, bet 1.5. And Ryan here with the King 8. But once checked to him here, Pix can come in for value with hands like King Queen, even Jack Queen that decided to continue the flop, all his sets, and obviously the 10x as well. So he can have a whole host of value here, Pix. And regarding bluffs, it's only really brick spades that we beat as Ryan. And, a lot of them brick spades opening under the gun +1 has like ace jack, ace queen of spades. They're probably going to take their showdown. So even though we are getting that price, Ryan does make a disciplined fold with top pair. Correct fold as well. Blinds are now up 100, 200. Big blind ante coming into play first time today.
Available for Simon Wynn on table 26 in the bottom. Simon Wynn, table 26 in the bottom.
Table 26, that's a cash table. So players being called in for cash all the time here in Blackpool. Come play some cash is what they're saying.
Raise 500. What you want to tell? What you want to tell?
So Terry, hijack open, 8-5 off. Colonel's in with the Queen 10 on the button. Ryan gets out of the way in the small, and action on midi in the big with ace 10. Midi chooses to just call 3 to the flop, checks through.
Bet 500.
And Terry is going to fire, and then he will make the call with ace high. Terry looking for a 7, 8 or 5. 9 of spades on the river. And he goes check, check. Going to take this one with ace high. Ah, Terry actually he went back call, sorry. So Midi called in with ace high. Terry flicked in at 1k, and Midi made the hero.
So good afternoon, welcome to GUKPT Blackpool. Leg number 8, leg 9, the grand final on its way from London. Plenty going on.
And what festival that's going to be?
2-week long festival in London. Plenty happening online as well. Got the online 10k on Sunday. Fancy a side event, Omaha is here. 4, 5 and 6 starts at 6 p.m. So 2 hours from now. Plenty of ways to watch the live stream if you are heading out. Facebook, YouTube, GUKPT website, Twitch, and now the Poker Live app has a link as well. Level 4 of the day, and this by far the best table you'll find
in the room,
in the first couple of sessions,
in the country,
anywhere. So much fun.
So Picks defending the King 3. Yusuf opened the A6 off fairly loose, open UTG, and Picks with the King 3. Flop in at the top pair, and now I'm going to come in for some value once the turn is checked behind. And Yusuf with a quick fold with the ace high. Picks getting some momentum behind him the last couple of orbits. And there's the chip leader, Terry, 60k, 3x starting stack. We're not even at the dinner break.
Right, you'll struggle, I think.
Too far to straddle.
What do you mean too far to straddle? You've got to straddle in this game, that's the fun. I'll straddle that double up.
Race 500 under the gun +1 from Terry, called by the Colonel, midi. So we're going to see a 4-way flop as Yusuf defends his big line. Look at the 10s again, 10, 10, 2 this time.
And Terry once again flopping troops with the King 10 on the 10-10 board. Gonna struggle to get any sort of action here. Midi may peel actually against Terry, against this particular opponent in position with a7 of hearts. We've got good backdoors. I'm probably going to be peeling this hand as Midi. I know we can see he's nigh on drawing dead, but against Terry we've got ace high, can be the best hand against Terry's range, and we've also got backdoor hearts as well.
Queen Diamonds rolls off on the turn.
Bet of 1.5k and Midi calling with ace high once more. Do now actually chop with ace jack, ace 9 and ace 8. Not the worst of turns.
Deuce of spades hits the river. Terry will fire again. Midi will probably get out of the way.
I'm not sure, Tower.
Do you not
I'm
think?
not sure. He just called free streets with ace high against Terry the hand before.
There you go. You got it. You called it.
Basically, when Terry goes bet, he's just repping a 10.
Yeah.
So Midi's aware of that. And basically, if he ain't got a 10, a lot of the time they're going to have the best hand. Deuces as well. Obviously, a flop boat, only 3 combos.
Fuck you, you're angry, really. You're angry,
If you're watching the live stream and you are thinking of playing Blackpool's Day 1B tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. until 12 in the restaurants, full English, 2 bacon, sausage, baked, scrambled eggs, beans, tomatoes, mushroom, the works upstairs, a cup of tea and a coffee, a fiver, £5.50 for all that. If you fancy it tomorrow morning upstairs in the Gallery restaurant here in Blackpool, what a bargain. I might come in myself. I might just turn up myself tomorrow morning.
Breakfast with Tower.
Yes.
Listen, you can't mess with that with one man. You know that last one.
So Terry finding another legitimate hand, ace king. Picks peeling the ace 5 suited on the button, and Matt going to defend the 5-4, getting a good price in the big blind. If everything
Good or bad?
Pretty normal thus far.
Queen 10, 8, rainbow.
So Broadway draw for Terry. He's going to come in for a continue, and that should be at the end of the hand. The player can continue here with their holdings. It's a flop. Queen 10, 8, when you've opened ace king under the gun, you can call in 2 spots. A lot of the time, I think more often than not, should be coming in for a check. I think I'll see that frequency's got a low up on that particular board, but Terry fires and takes it down. And chipping up nicely, man in seat 9. Jim Marler.
Oh.
Raise 800.
This time, the Colonel finds ace king and comes in for the old 4x open. And that doesn't faze Terry. He's still going to defend the 10-9 in the big.
Check.
And it comes ace high. So, Colonel,
Bet 700.
I actually really like this from Colonel, checking back the ace king top pair, top kicker against Terry, trying to induce some bluffs on later streets. And that's exactly what he has done here. Terry rivering a pair.
It's a 10. 2 better.
Colonel fired, has he fired out or just a bet from 500?
And the ace king does the job.
So out come the cards yet again. What a great session this is. Such a fun table at this early stage of the tournament.
And the Colonel, back to back hands, ace queen this time under the gun. He's once again going to come in for an open. Interesting to see if he sticks with the 800 open size. No, dropped it down to 2.5x here, makes it 500. Queen on the hearts, going to peel on the button. Terry is in with the 7-3, and Jamie Queen 7 off here in the big blind, getting over 6-1 on the call. He'll make the call. Once again, multi-way action, 4 to the flop. Ace, Jack, 10, rainbow. So Matthew flopping up and down straight draw, top pair Broadway draw for the Colonel, and a complete whiff for both Terry and Jamie. So Colonel going to continue for 1k. Matthew has the call here in position, up and down straight draw, backdoor flush draw, have position as well. And it is the king of clubs on the turn, so this one's going to be chopped up by the river, and Matthew and the Colonel We'll chop this one up. You notice this from Matthew Hightower. He's like looked at the board, looked like he's confused, and sort of itched his head. Like could potentially be a bit of a live tell there. If you see people do that, look at the board and look at the board really confused. Like, oh, hold on a minute, what's going on here? It's a lot of the time that's going to indicate strength, as Matt here does have a straight, as we can see on the turn. And we'll pay the Colonel off on the river. Bet 2k, not folding our straight, getting 4-1.
So, GUKPT, Blackpool, leg number 8, well underway, but this is a fun session, an active session. Wouldn't normally expect this on a regular basis, but we're definitely getting it. Level number 4 of the day. If you have just joined us, then welcome along to Blackpool. 3 cash tables running. Main event. Side event starts at 6. There's 2-9, the latest flop. This time pocket 10s get out flopped. This time Cherry. After nice fold from the Colonel after an initial 3-bet. So 72,000 you don't see very often in a GUKPT at level number 4 of day 1. You do not see it very often.
Still away.
3-3-7 flop after initial. Call from Yusuf, raise, big 5x raise from Terry, and Yusuf calls with Queen Jack. So a big stack of nearly 75,000 before the dinner break of day 1. Not common. we've had final sessions, and the last session before we go home, and we don't have 75,000 as chip leader.
Raise 550.
Terry involved yet again, this time with the ace-5, opening in the hijack. Colonel's going to peel the king-10 on the button. Ryan calls in the small with the pocket 3s, and Midi gets out of the way in the big blind, so three-way action here.
2009 champion Brian Clark is going to be playing the Omar later.
So unaware of the flop yet, guys, but it's been checked to the Colonel, who looks like he's came in for a bet and takes it down with top 2 pair. No action for him.
Don't forget the Facebook competition that is running on Grosvenor Poker. If you follow Grosvenor Poker, make sure you do. Then £110 online seat for the GUKPT 10K on Sunday, up for grabs. And literally, just name how many runners you think there'll be in total, and your screen name, and that's about it.
Raise 700. Call.
Yusuf wants to limp the king-8 under the gun. Matt going to come in for the ISO on his direct left. Terry peels with pocket 3s. And picks here in the big. The ace-jack. Won't be going anywhere. He'll make the call. And Yusuf looks like he wants to see a flop as well. So once again, 4-way action.
Yeah, I bet you are into it. Is this that I or you know? You've got to know a lot of legal documents to sign.
4 diamonds rolling off on the turn, bringing a 4-liner. Yusuf going to get the check mark here, up against 2 sets. But Pick, sorry, going to get the check mark here, up against 2 sets. But may call from Yusuf with the 8 of diamonds. He may flick in the call. He's only losing to 3 cards: the jack, the queen, and the ace. So he may flick it in, but nor Matt or Terry is going to call.
Good fold.
Yeah, good fold from Yusuf.
Good fold. Back down to Matthew. Set, can't call with 5 diamonds on the board.
Set over flush tower. What a setup.
Oh man. Not only are we getting the action, the cards are falling our way as well, aren't they? So many big hands in the early stages. It is only level 4, by the way.
Yeah, I've got us for another 8 hours or so.
Yeah. Yeah, the live stream will finish around about 12:30 in the morning. It won't be too long till the end of the session, will it? Half an hour-ish?
Yeah, we've got about half hour. Players should be going on their dinner break live any second.
Now, is the dinner break now, or is it at the end of level 6?
I believe it's now.
Right. I think it's only in London, isn't it?
Yeah, in London they changed it. Proper footballing man on Twitch says, come on Picks.
Go on the Picks, Carl Pickles.
Straddle.
Local guy, cash this week in the mini-main.
Won the 25-25 down in Leeds, I believe it was a few weeks ago, or Manchester.
Yeah. Alan Lamont, who's won himself a seat to the GUKPT, is on his way tomorrow. Good afternoon, Alan. Saw him over in Dublin for the IPO. Kev Blower, good afternoon. Good afternoon, boys. Dublin looked fun as ever. It was a great tournament. Good to be involved with the IPO. Plenty of British players over there as well. Cracking events. Cardroom Direct there, providing the live stream. It was a great event. It needs to be back on the map.
Incoming 4-bet from the big blind, Matthew with the queens, and 2 pretty quick folds there. I've noticed with Midi against Terry, when Terry opens, if Midi's got a hand like he had there, like a hand that wants to 3-bet, he goes fairly small, but like his value 3-bet hands, he goes a lot bigger. Everyone else is picking up on that. When he does go the smaller size, you can potentially come in for a light 4-bet. When it's a Terry open, Midi 3-bet, 2 a small size, potentially be a spot there to take.
Was it check? Oh, check it. Yeah.
So the Colonel looks like a. I thought it was a raise. No, it was just a call from the Colonel. A raise from Midi to 600.
Uses him with Jack 5.
Yeah, as you do.
And Colonel closing the action is going to make the call. Terry in the big as well with the 6-3. 4-way action again.
6-5 deuce.
Top pair gut shot here for Terry. Gut shot for you. Sorry, second pair for Yusuf. And that is about it. Terry going to come in for a donk out the big after flopping top pair gut shot. And going this size, looks like everyone is going to pill. Midi, some nice backdoors. The Colonel, 2 overs.
Ace of spades on the turn.
Checks through on the ace of spades turn and the 5 of spades on the river, and Yusuf
gets there. Usually does, to be fair. Is the lot in? It is.
1,500.
Very big shot from Yusuf here, Tower.
It is. Yeah, 8.4 into 5.
I don't even think we can get called by worse going this size. Ace-X has to fold. Like worse 5X can probably even fold.
He hasn't bet 1.5, the lot's in. It's 8.5. It is all the chips, so he's not getting any action.
Was Terry called?
No, Terry's folded.
I think Terry called Tower. Terry did call. I think.
No.
Let's have a look.
I thought he put all the chips in the middle. It looked like.
He might have said 1.5 and put them all in.
All right. Kev says, are we covering it next year? Do we know? No, but the signs are good. But not confirmed yet, obviously. No date set for the IPO just yet, but the signs are good. Well done to Woolley on some drinking tokens. Well, he's not spent them on us yet, has he? We've got the free teas in at the minute. But yeah, good effort. 5th for just over £1,000 for the boss. So well done to him. Colonel, it does like a limp. It does like to try and see a cheap flop, does the Colonel. Jamie Nix, 4.6, says I'm all in. The initial raiser gets out of the way, and Terry Jordan with 9.3 says, how much is it?
He just likes busting people, Terry, I think. I think he.
Oh no way! You're never making the call with 9-3.
Terry is.
He's got 70,000 chips. I'm going to give you the birthday present. He says. And then he says, he turns his card over, shows 9-3, and he says, unlucky. Oh, Jamie, I feel for you in this situation right now. Oh.
It's a good flop for the sevens, Jamie. Still fine, however.
Oh, it's never easy.
Yeah, now they fade a 7, a 9, or a deuce. 3, no good for Terry. So Jamie, bit of a gift. Thumbs up.
We'll remember that if he runs deep.
As soon as you call it in,
Just under 30 minutes to go until the end of the session. And then it'll be dinner break. So just under 30 minutes to go until the end of the session. It is the 60-minute dinner break at the end of this session. So around about 4:45, 4:45 will be end of this session. Ryan just calls under the gun. Was he expecting Terry to just call or not? Was he expecting him to stick a raise in? 10 jack deuce is the flop. Top pair for Colonel. Back door flush draw and a gut shot for Ryan in the overs, so he calls. Terry gets out of the way, heads up to the turn. Bet of 600. 5 of clubs on the turn. On the turn. So Terry not involved in the hand. Terry's out of it. Oh, the river for Ryan Mandara, champion last night. Bet 15 and a snap call to see the ace on the river. Ah, he says, got you. So Matthew initially raised with ace-10 suited. Wasn't expecting to go 5 to a flop, but we are doing. Queen, Jack, 7, 2 clubs. Brings the nut flush, the royal flush for Matt. We've got a flush and a pair for Jamie. So Jamie Rivers, 2 pair. Bet from Matthew with the ace. And Jamie Rivers, 2 pair. So he builds his stack up to 14.2 after being down. And all in. And Teddy Jordan calling his all in with 9-3. Whose turn to straddle, says Teddy Jordan. This is an £1,100 GUKPT and he's straddling pre-flop. Afternoon everybody, whichever platform you're watching on. If you're on Facebook, don't forget there is a Facebook page for the £110 online GUKPT 10k on Sunday. Just tell them your guess for the number of runners for the main. Teddy Jordan just making it the old raise to 7. And it's a winner. If you're on Twitch, good afternoon. If you're on YouTube or the GUKPT website, the same. How many entries so far? We're over 50. I'll just check on the Poker Live app, which everybody should be getting. And now the Poker Live app supports a live stream. Wherever you are, you can click on the Poker Live app. Tells us there are 55 in the main event at the moment. There's already 55 entered for tomorrow, so it's going to be busy tomorrow. Day 1A, always the quieter days of the two. 55 at the moment. No free rolls tonight. We will have an online live stream final free roll on Sunday, as well as the online 10k. Queens again, this time with 3-bet to 3.5. Teddy's got ace king and he just calls the 3-bet. Six, 2, 2. Goes check, check. The 9 of diamonds on the turn. I think we're going to see midi. No, it goes midi checks. Goes check all the way down at the minute. Ace high. Queen's shown from midi. A deuce is always in the range of Teddy Jordan.
Many ways to skin a cat.
That wasn't one of them.
Heads up to the flop. Ace, Queen. The Terry. Colonel out flops him. No, he doesn't. I was looking down there thinking he got a piece of it. Colonel's got none of it.
Okay, 600.
So Terry, it's his turn under the gun. Straddles to 600 pre-flop. Colonel decides to call with the King Queen. Terry last time he did it, he had jacks. Not this time. Yusuf calls. Matthew calls. We're going 4-way to a flop. King, Queen, 4. 2 pair for Colonel.
Ace, 2.5.
Colonel makes it 2.5. Yusuf, Matthew. Get out of the way. Teddy Jordan doesn't because he's got a 4 in his hand.
Check. Bet 2.5.
And around the turn. He's good for the Colonel who builds his stack up to 40,000. Great start for the Colonel. Middy and Teddy above him. Teddy was up to 75,000, he's dropped a few.
There's 500. Cool. Where's 2,300? 23. Cool. Cool.
Terry, 3 bets with the 3s to 2.3. Gets called in 2 spots.
3 players.
Four, 8, Jack.
Bet. 23.50.
So bet at 2.3. And he wins. Ten minutes to go until the end of the session.
Where's 600? Call. Where's 1800?
So I'm at 1.8 from Teddy with the ace 10. I don't think Yusuf will come along with the old Queen Deuce. But we'll see what happens. Yusuf does come along with the Queen Deuce. Well, there's a bit of a wide call from Yusuf. No, he's got picked up the open ender.
500.
Better 500 from Teddy with ace 10.
Where's 26?
Wow. Picks raises to 2.6 airballing. Yusuf has the open ender, backdoor flush draw, and calls. Wowzers. Teddy gets out of the way. Here's a 5, but brings a flush draw for Yusuf. Now, if he picks carries on, I can't see how Yusuf's folding. I cannot see how Yusuf is folding. It's all his stack.
And Pick's actually with the best hand in.
He has, he's called it. He's called it. Pix can't believe it. Pix is going to see the good news that he's actually in front. Wow!
He's got an absolute catalogue of outs to fade here though. Any queen, any deuce, any six, any ace, any diamond, half the deck.
Word.
And it's a brick, a big fat brick on the river, and Pix with just king high gonna take a nice pot down there, back end of the session. Puck 17 says, do we think over 400 entries? I think 400 will be a bit of a push. Over 350, yes, but 400 I think is going to be a bit too much to hit. You never know, there's been surprises throughout the year, all year, so it could happen. Not out of the realms of possibility, but if I was a better man, I'd probably take the unders on 400.
Where's 700?
Oh, it's now, is it?
Yeah, it's going to break after this. Two players.
Coffee upstairs.
Bet 700.
Tell you, the Queen 10 on the button. Colonel going to defend the ace tray and the big Jack 8 rainbow. Continuing from Terry, quick fold from the Colonel. So we got around just over 5 minutes, guys, and then we will head out on that hour dinner break back at 5:45. New feature table as well.
That's okay. That's 600. Yeah. Cool.
Folds round to Terry in the cutoff. Looks like he's opened the Queen 7. Okay, he's just flattered the Queen 7 facing Pix is open with the 9-8 of spades. The Colonel's going to be in with the 9s, and Brian going to defend the Jack 8 and the big to the flop. King 6 Deuce 2 hearts.
Check.
So the Colonel with the best of it. We'll have to proceed cautiously, full weight. But picks the original opener here, King Eye. Going to come in for a continue. And the Colonel, with just one overcard to his pocket nines, is going to call once. Ten of diamonds on the turn. Does bring in a gut shot here for us as picks. Depends if he is going to elect a double barrel. With double barreling here, it's basically targeting some flush draws. And it's hard for Colonel to have 6x and Deuce X calling out the small, but potentially pairs, 7 through queens as well. And a nice little double barrel from Carl takes it down with the worst of it.
Big time like now. This spoons on. Basically got some. Detail for
Oh. Got that.
The old whip for Terry, 7 Deuce, he's in. And Jamie going to come in for an ISO with the King Queen in the cut-off. Terry not going anywhere with the 7 Deuce. Heads up. 6, 5, 5 rainbow. So Jamie doesn't elect to continue. Chooses to check behind, and Terry turning the best of it with the 7 Deuce on the turn, and Jamie probably just not going to get sticky against this particular opponent who can have a whole host of hands in this spot. Just thinks better of it and lets it go. So Matthew under the gun, pocket 4s, thinks better of it, just lets it go off of that stack size. Still had 40 plus bigs, but didn't fancy getting involved. It has been a pretty wild table. So Terry opens the Jack-9 suited under the gun +1. Colonel's going to call with the King Queen. Midi here coming in for a 3-bet with the Ace-10. Makes it 3.7 to go. Picks with the same hand in the big blind here. Just going to have to get out of the way if we want to continue here. We're going to have to 4-bet this spot. Terry going to make the call with the Jack-9 suited. The Colonel doesn't fancy the King Queen of diamonds in position, closing the action. Heads up between Midi and Terry. You've seen this a lot this session. These two have been going at it back and forth. Ace 3 3. The flop goes check check. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Like Midi's decision to check behind the Ace-10 here on the flop. Always talk about needing some top pairs in that check back range. And Terry just can't call. And I believe, guys, we are going to be heading out on an hour dinner break. We will be back at 5:45 with a new featured table. We will see you all then.
Guys, you'll be on table 1 when we return.
Welcome back everybody, this is level number 5, we've got a new table and I can see one of the old timers at the right hand side, Mr. Trevor Reardon, been there, done it, got the t-shirt, he's the man. Who else we got, Jay?
Good evening everyone, in seat 1's going to be Usman Hack, seat 2, Swanee's coming to the table, Swan in 2.
Don't shake his hand if you want your arms on your sockets.
Seat 3, Lee Tatters. Seat 4, Dave Maudlin. Seat 5, Val Bennett. Seat 6 is Ed Swales. Seat 7, as just mentioned, Trevor Reardon. And in seat 9 is C. Cooley.
Simon Cooley. Commonly called Si. Oh, Cooley. So yeah, we're just about to start level number 5. The blinds are going to be 150, 300 with a 300 big blinder. The Maudlin short stacked apparently.
Oh, short stack, he's got 20 big, 6k, you can work with that old Dave, I'm sure. And saying that, we had a table with 2 60k plus stacks before the break. The chip leader here is the man in seat 3 with 27k. So we had absolutely chunks on the feature.
Yeah, and now we're back to normal.
Yeah, normal service resumed.
Now we are back to normal. Come on Val, do it for the girls. In about 15 minutes, live in the club, £165 Omaha comp, 4, 5 and 6 level of each. Unlimited re-entries until 8:15, it's a 30-minute clock. And the starting stack is 20,000 gambling discs. That'll be busy. There'll be 80 plus in that by the time late reg is finished. Let's do it again. Afternoon everybody, whenever you're watching, whatever you are doing, this is the evening session. Levels 5 and 6 for 2 hours. So 7:45 will be the end of the session. So we've got this table and all eliminations and new players until then. Last session, Jay. little bit out of the norm for a day one.
It's not very often. First few sessions of the day we get a session like that. Put it that way. But it was down to who was at the table. Plenty of action. And it was a really, really good watch. It absolutely flew by the session. It went so quick.
Yeah. So welcome back everybody, wherever you're watching. Don't forget Facebook, YouTube, GUKPT website, Twitch. All places where you can watch the live stream. We'll click onto Facebook right now, see who's in there.
So first hand of the session, three-way action. Lee opening a 9-8 off in the hijack. There's a pill on the button, the king 9 from bow. And big blind defends the jack 10. 6-6-4, 2 diamond flop, paired board. A lot of the time the pre-flop aggressor wants to be continuing this type of board. High frequency. A lot of the time we're just going to print folds. And Lee's coming in for that continuation here with the 9-8. Going to get to better hands to fold as well. No, Trevor getting floaty out of position with the.
Don't expect anything less.
The old jack high. No real backdoors here other than backdoor diamonds. Queen of spades rolling off on the turn. And if I'm Lee here, I know we can see a double barrel's probably going to work, but I'm more inclined to probably just check this behind and give up. Big blind can have plenty of 6x here. Flush draws probably not going to fold. They're actually going to chop this one up if it gets the showdown. But the fact that Trevor's floated the flop out of position with just jack higher, I'm pretty confident he's going to fire here. And it does. So repping a 6 or a 4. Coming in for a better 2.7k. And Lee not insta folding. If he is playing the board. So if he's thinking about calling, he's calling to chop, which means we have to be right more often than we would if we weren't calling to chop. So I cannot see Lee doing anything but folding here. And there's the fold. A nice little pick up from Trevor there. I'm looking forward to this session. That's what we're going to see. Lots of that.
Yep. That's exactly what we'd like.
Good evening, Carpet Catcher on Twitch.
Welcome back indeed. All watered and fed. Complimentary buffet upstairs for all the players. Good afternoon if you're watching on Facebook. I've just flicked it on to see people coming back from the break to watch the live action on the Facebook page.
So Lee going to open the ace-4 suited here under the gun +1. Dave with ace-10 suited just going to flatten the hijack. Can potentially 3-bet this hand some of the time, but versus early position open, probably lean more towards flat in position. Very nice hand, good playability. A good flop as a well.
Not a bad flop. Look at that.
Bottom pair, royal flush draw, and Dave in the hijack here. Going to come in for a bet and a snap fold from the ace-4 suited.
That was not a bad flop. There were 58 runners the last time we looked. So a very quiet start to the main event. Everybody waiting for tomorrow. They'll be moaning and complaining when there's an alternate list tomorrow and there's no seats available in the house. Well, there's not a lot you can do about it. Some people just determined we are going to play at the final day one. Up to 61, to be fair. Up to 61 and already 60 bought in for tomorrow.
So you see Ed in the cut-off with the old hooks. Comes in for a raise, and Trevor here, ace-10 off.
Come on, Trev.
Once again, same before, you can either flatten this spot or you can free bet. Versus a cut-off open, I'll probably lean more towards free bet here. We can see Ed won't be going anywhere with the jacks, but like Trevor's decision to free bet this particular hand, ace-10 off on the button. Lots of good things can happen. We can take it down here, uncontested. We're going to have the bet in the post lock if Ed decides to peel. We've got position as well. Lots going for us. And Ed, with the jacks here, playing what is 50 bigs. Same situation, two options for Ed, never going to be folded here, so we can either flat and take a flop out of position, or we can come in for the 4-bet here. Cut off versus button dynamic. We can 4-bet jacks in this spot. And it comes down to whether Trevor as well, he's obviously been playing within 4 hours today, or around that sort of time, assuming they've been on the table together. If Trevor's the type of player to 3-bet quite a lot against late position opens, then we can come in for the 4-bet, but if Trevor's a player that's not too inclined to 3-bet or 3-bet light, then maybe we can just flat, but Ed opts for the 4-bet. Makes it 2.7k, which is a very, very small 4-bet size. Out of position. Like you see the standard size of Ed was in position around, just below, around 3k, maybe a bit below, but out of position. We can go a pinch bigger here as Ed, but gets the job done. Yeah, he's 10, even though getting a very nice price of Trevor, just lets it go. So a couple of action hands already.
Blackpool on the horizon. If you're travelling over, stay safe. It's been a bit wet and wild over the Lancashire-Yorkshire border today, so if you are coming for day 2 or day 1B tomorrow, then stay safe and we'll see you in the card room when you get here.
Just plugged in under the table.
Oh, he's trod on it. With his heel, his high heels and everything.
So I'm not in the mood today.
Aces, that'll do. Evening, Gary. Gary Clarko picks it in the chat box. 8-9's nice to peel.
And Sire coming in for a 3-bet offer of sub 20 bigs here. So Ed not going to peel the 9-8 suited here against this particular stack size. Just going to let it go. If we're deeper, can potentially peel there as Ed, but you think about hands that Sire's going to 3-bet off of 19 bigs after an
More
open.
inclined to get a call if he just jams.
Yeah, if he's got any pair, like if he's got deuces for a 10 tower, he's going to jam. If he's got ace king, he's going to jam. If he's got ace queen, he's going to jam. So when he comes in for that small 3-bet for
huge,
nearly half his stack, there's just not much we can do to get out of the way, is Ed?
Ian Bryan's just turned up.
Just turned up in hours.
He's been busy in meetings and all sorts. Can we have a chat this week to talk about a couple of changes to the National League for next year?
Possibly.
Yeah, thanks for that. Good lad.
Possibly.
Whenever you're available, please. Thanks. The amazing National League that everybody's still looking at. 5 from 6 for the packages this year. We saw one of them on the feature table earlier. Chris Maguire.
So Val opted to limp the pocket 3s under the gun. Lee going to complete the ace-2 suited in the small, and Dave checks his option with the 7-3. Any good flops for 7-3?
Any good flops for 7-3?
Check.
And Val would think, you know, that's not a bad flop for me.
Yeah, the boost comes on the turn.
Yeah.
Val.
Oh, chop it up.
Yeah.
Chop it up.
Check.
So now Dave going to come in for a
Dave
bet.
gets unlucky. No, 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 no. Oh my word. No.
That's the breakdown we got on that, guys. No from Tower. Val turning the straight, Dave turning the straight. Val just didn't want to put a penny in. I guess Dave is going to be he's got an uncapped range in the big blind. After checking his option, he's going to have every permutation of 8x, so I guess that must have been the thought process of Val, but we need to be calling once there always, because Dave plays a lot of poker, and competent players are going to understand that they can bluff that board a high frequency out of the big blind, especially in that spot. We need to be at least calling once in position. And Ed finds the 8s.
It just shows we can only bet with the nuts. Whenever now Val's now going to bet, she's only got the nuts, and not the second nuts.
Just see that.
$150, $300, $300 big blind ante, 60-minute clock all the way through. For 10 levels of poker plus the breaks means a full 12-hour live stream.
So Swanee opens the King Jack in the hijack, and it's raise and take for him. Cashed the mini main earlier on this week, I believe, did Swanee. Folds the Lee in the hijack and open the Queen at 7 suited. They with the pocket jacks and what is 27 bigs here.
Raise 1950.
So 3 bet to 2k. Obviously 3 betting with the intent to get it in. Hijack versus cut off. That amount of big blinds, and it's a quick fold from Lee. Suited for Dave here, and the hijack should be opening this hand, and it does. Makes it 650 to go. And the side thinks better of the King 4 in the big, he lets that go. Little pick up for Dave there, back over 10k. Omaha has just started in the background, guys. So if you fancy flicking in the Omaha, you've got till around 8:15 to get yourself into that 4, 5, 6 level of each. And I think, from what I can see already, it's going to be a pretty large turnout for that. I know there's a lot of players that are down here to play the main event but aren't playing today because of this Omaha side event.
Just want a quick shout out for Ben and Jack, who were sat at home watching Dad David on the wall. How big is that? Is that the biggest GUKPT? Look at that.
Yeah.
Only on a projector.
Look at that picture.
Hello Ben. Hello Jack.
Good evening, Ben and Jack.
Hello Kaz. Hope you're alright. Watching Dave Maudlin sat there in seat number 4. Been a regular on the tour since it started in 2007. Did the gala tour before we did that, before Grosvenor ascended all the galas, and going up to Teesside is where we met most of the Teessiders for the first time. The gala tour was absolutely amazing up there, and we still get a regular amount of players coming down from Teesside and Newcastle, and we've been friends with them for a long time. And there's Dave, a big advocate, and a big shout out to Dave as well, because we're, over Christmas on the 28th of December we have our Stockton and Teesside charity night, so we'll be up there in the Grosvenor Casino in Stockton on Saturday the 28th of December. We'll be doing the old Calf Cup style Joker poker-okey.
There was a bit of poker-okey on Tuesday night or something. The old Mark Ellis. The king at 6 deuce flop rolling off here, and Lee fine to pull the threes here against the 3-bet this deep. We snap the set, we can potentially win a big pot, but once we whiff the flop, a lot of the time we've got to be done with the hand. And Trevor really mixing it up. First time I've actually ever seen Trevor play on a feature table, and really good to see that he can mix things up. Top pair checking behind here, and Lee going to check over to Trevor once more, and now we want to start trying to get some value from our hand as Trevor here. But Lee with the pocket threes, just going to get out of the way, out of position here. The thing is, yeah, Trev can have hands like ace, queen, ace, jack, but he can also have hands like 7s through queens here that check flop. I'm not going to 3-bet 7s, 8s and 9s actually, so 10s through queens. And obviously he can have some top pair checkbacks in his range, as we saw there. And nice fold from Lee there. Some players getting that price with threes after the flop checkback may get sticky and cool once.
Lee Tatters about 5 years ago won an online bad beat. One of the websites. It was $35,000. Took 6 months off work. 6 months off work, travelled the world. He said, "That's it, I'm off. See you later." And just went around travelling. Yeah, I can't remember what site it was. We had $35,000 bad beat. It was. I think the guy that won the hand only got about 6,000. It was terrible.
Mickey Black had one of them years ago.
Really?
Yeah, bad beat jackpot, quads into quads for tens of thousands, but he was the one with the winning hand, so don't get as much, but don't come around very often, the old bad beat jackpots. Very slim chance of happening.
There was one in the Empire a few years ago, and Rupert, who used to work for Grosvenor Online, he won it.
I was there at the day of the day.
He was dancing around the room, and he was playing, and he was it like 110,000?
Yeah, it was huge,
because it was enormous.
We walked in the card room, and they said it literally just went like 5 or 10 minutes after we walked in the card room. So it was like. And the thing about that bad beat jackpot, there was someone at the table before the hand was dealt. They got up and went and had a cigarette, and he got back to the table. And no one gave him a penny. If he didn't get up for that cigarette, the permutation of the deck changes and the bad beat jackpot don't come. And he went out for a cigarette, he came back, they've won the bad beat jackpot because he wasn't dealt in the hand. They didn't get a penny from no one at the table.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Don't smoke, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that's true.
It wouldn't have happened. That's
my word.
The crazy thing.
Wow. They bought him a packet of cigarettes just to say thanks.
Cheers, mate.
And a lighter. Wow. Oh dear.
So back to the action. Queen 7 rolling off here, blind and blind. And neither player taking a stab. Jack on the turn. Changes nothing. 9-8. Still in front. 5 on the river. So Lee is going to take this one down with 9 high. 8 is going to play for him. Oh, sorry, Dave's caught a 5 on the river.
Right.
Dave's going to take this one down.
Tariq on the YouTube chat says this is a bit anticlimactic from the last feature table. Which it is. We knew it was going to be. That was incredible, that feature table. And yes, we would have loved to have keep it because of all the action, but not fair on the players staying more than 2 levels. The weird thing is, if there is only a small amount of players, it might be back to the final session.
Yeah, it could potentially.
Oi, oi, here come the beverages. Water. Water? Was that neat vodka? No, just water.
So we've got Lee on the button, ace-4 suited, slam dunk open. And going to get a defend from Val in the big blind. She's built the Queen Jack suited. Heads up to the flop.
Plenty. King 5-10 the flop.
Any good flops for Val about? Up and down and flush draw in here. Lee going to continue this board versus big blind calling range. Almost always here with this particular hand. We've got plenty of backdoors, backdoor wheel, backdoor drawaway, backdoor flush draw. But once we get raised from a Val here,
well, that's a raise from Val.
Just not going to be able to continue here as Lee with this particular hand. I'm very surprised if Lee continued, but eventually just lets it go. And Val, after flopping the well, takes it down. You can get involved, guys, through the chat boxes. We have got everything covered. Anything you need to know about upcoming events, anything regarding this event, or just any random questions or poker questions.
Or just anything.
Yeah, anything.
Get involved.
So Trevor under the gun, pocket 5s. Looks like he is going to come in for an open. We're not 4-ring, we are 8-handed. Sorry, we're 7-handed. Even more reason to open the 5s here. And Val going to peel with the 10-7 suited. Ed has an easy defend in the big blind here. King 8 suited should be defending this almost always. And there is the defend 3-way to the flop. 5s for Trevor. Ed with the King 8 suited and Val with the 10-7 suited. Ace 9-3, 2 hearts. Val flopping a flush draw. 5s of Trevor's still in the best hand. Like Trevor's decision to continue here. Just continuing in terms of range here. This board could be a very, very good board for the range of hands we're opening under the gun. So there's the continue, and Val not going to go anywhere with a flush draw.
Check. 6 of spades on the turn.
So Val now turning a gut shot to go with a flush draw. Check, check.
Oh, there, the 8 of spades.
Val rivers the nut straight. She is now going to come in for a bet.
1500.
Good fold from Trevor there. Lovely that when you like backdoor into such a conspicuous straight, right? It's especially when your opponent has a hand and they just can't give you credit for it.
And we river the nuts. So the Omaha has started, and it started with, how many are we saying? What do we reckon?
I'm going to go for 42.
I shall go, that's a good line. I'll go 48. 54. Not bad.
Good thing we didn't have a bet on.
Not a bad start. 54, level 1 in the Omaha.
Yeah, that
will
get
easily,
over 80. That will get
easily get over 80. 165-pound Omaha. One level of 4, one level of 5, one level of 6 cards. Came into the dealer's choice, he said this morning. The dealer's choice was running from 11 AM. I walked under. They were only 400. So they were playing 8-card Omaha.
Standard.
As you do.
Got to keep the variance low and everything.
Let's gamble with the nuts. Why, yeah.
King, the flop.
Check.
Just reminds me it's Christmas soon. We 3 kings.
Some chop outs here now on the set.
Here comes the jack. Short deck poker. Oh, 4 spoiled.
So the jack high of Ed is going to take this one down. Trev's going to get looked up if he bets here.
Bet of 800 into a pot of 900.
I think we got a call here, Ed. Blind on blind. I know it's jack high, but the way this hand's played and the way the board's run out, like basically saying he's got a 4 here. Trev up, so it's a 4 or nothing. Ace high is going to check, take their showdown. So I think Ed will flick in the call. There is the call with jack high, and it's good.
Good call with the jack. Nice call, Ed.
Right, just in that spot, big blind, checking option, uncapped range, they're going to have a lot more air balls, and then they're going to have 4x, and Ed came to that conclusion as well and just flipped it in with the jack high. Against really, really good opponents who may value bet ace high on that particular river, then maybe can be more inclined to fold because they have more value hands, but nice little call with the jack high.
So level 5, the big stack's 23k. It's weird. I don't understand it. I don't understand how the big stack is 23,000 above starting stack after 5 levels of poker.
There he is, the old chip leader coming in for an open. Swanee, the ace jack of spades, makes it 750 to go. Val's getting involved, she's going to pill in the cut-off. Ed gets out the way on the button.
Heads up.
And both blinds get out the way, so Val with the king-queen in position to the ace-jack of Swanee. Action flop as well, jack 10-3 rainbow. So Swanee flopping top pair, top kicker. And Val with an up and down straight draw and 2 overcuts. Swanee right and coming in for a bet, and Val makes the call in position. And instant service on the turn, 9 of hearts rolling off. So Val gets the check mark on the turn here, and Ian still with a very strong hand, top pair, top kicker. And what looks like a fairly monotone board. Val shouldn't have queen 8 in this spot, nor 8-7, because that would pass the flop. So we've gone in terms of what this line changes. King queen gets there, but that's about it. If we still had we had the best hand on the flop, a lot of the time we're going to have the best hand on the turn here of Swanee. And now after turning the straight, Val comes in for a raise to 2.8k. just over clicks it back. And Swanee will make the call. Move up 7 of clubs. So now with the nuts, wants to be coming in for some value here.
So Val folded the second nuts with the 3s, and she's now played the last 2 hands after rivering the nuts or turning the nuts. So at the moment we're playing the nuts.
Going back to the turn tower, from what I've seen from Val so far on this table, I think the Swanee we can potentially make a very exploitable lay down on the turn. Just because I don't think Val's going to have any bluffs, any raised bluffs on the turn, and Swanee getting a nice price, but like what hands is she raising the turn with that we're ahead of? Like, from what I've seen from Val so far, I can't really come up with too many.
Nope.
Maybe we can just make an exploitable lay down with top pair, top kicker. In a spot where we should never really be folding, getting that price, but against particular opponents you can make these exploit laydowns and potentially save the chips. Swanee wanted to get to showdown. We'll see what she had. Flipped in the call. Got the bad news.
So a very quiet table.
Scotty here opening under the gun, making it 650 with the ace-10. Probably the worst ace offsuit we're going to be opening under the gun here. And Swanee not going to defend the king trait. Raise and take for lead. Seeing a lot of that at this table. Val now the chip leader, up over 30k. Val choosing to open the king jack off under the gun +1. We are 7-handed, so it is effective low jack. Not full ring at this table.
56.75.
And Sai going to get his last 19 bigs in here with ace king. And
there's at least Trevor calling.
You think tower?
Yeah.
I think. Well, with 20 bigs, yeah, actually, I think Trevor is going to call. Sai should have deuces through 7s in his range. Some suited ace-x, perhaps, so I think Trevor will make the call based on that fact. It is for a quarter loss stack. But the thing is as well, the fact that Val open and we flatted as Trevor, Sai can jam a little bit wider here in this particular spot. And there is the flicking.
8s for Trev. Sai Corley has got ace, king, suited.
A classic.
Who wins? Who wins? I'll take the made hand.
Oh, yeah, ace, king, then tower. Why not? Sai.
Was it for the seat into the grand final? Is that what the bet was? No? No?
Sai.
Oh, for rubs. Just for rubs.
So we are going to lose sight. Crawley in seat 9 couldn't win the flip, and Trevor adds to his stack. We've got Boris in Twitch. Message for anyone thinking of playing the Sheffield 8K Guarantee Tournament tonight. Update: due to intense flooding in the city and surrounding areas, tonight's tournament is cancelled.
That makes sense. I've had a dozen pictures of flooded pubs, flooded everything in Sheffield, Yorkshire and the surroundings, so please take care. Thanks for the information. If you are going to venture out, then please be careful, but it is chaotic on the roads around South Yorkshire. No, 600.
Ted's turn to pick up Big Slick.
Excuse me.
Dave didn't fancy defending the 10-8 there.
Just shouted out to the floor that was 600.
Swanee in the cut-off here, Queen 10 of diamonds. Wants the opening in this hand. It's raise and take, no action for Swanee with the Queen 10. And just balancing the tables.
Incoming into C1. So husband comes to the feature. Sits do. Good evening, Mater. Mater Hills.
Good evening, Mater.
Good evening.
Haven't seen Andy yet.
No. It was in France.
He's probably stuck at passport control. Can't get his trophy through.
He did another win.
Yeah, I saw.
Amazing.
To be fair, it's been a couple of months before he won a tournament, so he was due. He was due Tower.
He was 5 of 9 going into the final table and ended up winning the tournament.
I'm sure we'll see Andy at some point tomorrow.
Heads up.
Jack 8-3, 2 diamond flop. So Dave just 1 overcard to his 9s. He's going to come in for a bet, and Lee will make a call. Should be calling here with middle pair, top kicker. And it does. So to the turn. Lee here should be playing in float, should be checking this over to Dave, and Dave with the 9s going to check behind from the looks of things. Like it. Very hard for us as Dave to get called by a worse hand, coming in for 2 streets of value. And he goes check. check, check, and the 9s of Dave are going to be good. Dave, very good start to the session for him. He's almost doubled up from what he started with without having to be all in. 6k to 12k. Good evening, Kev in the chat. And good evening, Skullman as well in the chat.
Oi, oi. The old Skullman. How many runners? Not many, Mr. Skullman, Gerald David. 60 at the moment. There are 64 players playing the Omaha, and the main event has got 64.
64.
Yeah.
64 Zoo Lane.
Good evening, Kevin. Good evening, mate. Hope everything is well with each and every one of you. Good to have you on board the GUKPT train. It's headed to Blackpool.
Swanee opening ace jack suited undergun +1. Dave Peel in the 7 in the cut-off. Both lines getting out the way. Heads up to the flop. Queen 10 8 rainbow. Swanee flopping a double gut shot here with the ace jack. This is a close one, whether to c-bet here or whether to checks. We've got good equity to make it straight, but this is a board that does favour Dave's range, like the Queen 10-8. He's going to have lots of Queen Jacks in there, 10 Jacks, 10 9s, all those type of hands, broadways. So most certainly get behind the checker Swanee. Going to come in for the delay, continuing out. And Dave makes the call. Swanee now going to bluff it on this river after the turn bet got called. I know it says it went check check on the turn, guys, but there was a bet from Swanee and Dave called. About 1.5k. And this is very small compared to what's in the pot, because the pot's not 3.7. There was a bet on the turn from Swanee. And Dave folded to the double barrel, so Ian does get Dave to fold the best of it after double barreling the ace jack. Nice play.
What's your normal bet with Kev Jackson?
The overs or unders. No, on the time that we finish on Sunday. So yeah, Kev, tweet me Sunday morning with what you think, and then I will reply. I'll favourite it just to confirm. But Kev's a good man to come have a bet with. Really good man, because I was in Luton.
Have you won both? Have you?
I was in Luton playing the deep stack, completely forgot about it. He just walked up to me with £20. There you go. I was like, oh, totally forgot.
There you go. All bets paid.
State is Terry Jordan still on his first bullet? Well, he's still in, still
yes.
on the same table, so yeah. Not sure how the fluctuation of the stack's gone the last half hour or so. But
it was up to 75 on our feature table. I think at the break he was on about 55. But an interesting table before the break.
King 4-4. Right. 2 diamond flop, so expect Ed to continue here. Button open, big blind call. Right, with 5s in this spot, we're basically betting for the equity denial factor. There's just a whole host of hands that Usman's going to fold to continue that we can deny equity to. But Usman with ace high, he's going to call once, understand why. It can be the best hand facing a button open. Usman, after catching £2 on the turn, should be playing in flow, checking it over to Ed, and Ed is going to check behind the 5s. No real merit in betting the 5s on the turn once we've called on the flop on this particular board, before rolling off on the river. Usman, I think he's coming in for value here.
1500.
With his free, trying to get called by ace high perhaps. Much prefer a check in this spot. Like Ed can have some king x, like king x can check back turn. Ed's just going to call it off with the fives, and ace three no good. And Ed going to take that one. I just think it's more of a check spot there for Usman on the river. Potentially check call. Like Ed's going to check back a lot of his hands that we are losing to as well. Like the fives in that spot, Ed would have checked that behind. Like he's only really going to go for value with the king x hands. Nice little pickup.
Well, good afternoon everybody, good evening wherever you are watching the live stream on. We've got chat boxes open. If you want to say hello, just like Lewis. Now is that Louis or is it Lewis?
Louis.
I like that. Is that Louis in the news? Oh, you won't remember
or it could be Louis.
Yeah, Louis. Good evening. And good evening everybody else who's watching in whatever chat box you are watching in. Facebook, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, GUKPT website. We're everywhere.
Raise 800. Plus.
I bet that's Man United scoring. Just have a look at your flash score.
People still celebrate when you're scoring in your own goal.
I bet that's Man United scoring. That is first goal they've scored in like 6 months. You have a look. Well, a big cheer in the casino. It can only be football on Thursday, so it can only be Man United.
Well, we know it's not Arsenal because they played yesterday.
Oh no, Man United kick off at 8. Oh, I know what it might be. Let me just have a scan. Come with the Celtic boys.
Raise 700.
Yeah, Celtic just Lord Tower. Nico confirming
It's
in the
the
chat.
Celtic boys in the pub. The Celtic boys are watching in the barn area.
Open from Ed with the Jack 10, peel on the button from Usman, and Lee going to defend the 10-8 in the big three-way action. A bit of action on the flop as well. King 9-7, 2 spades. Actually, double gut shot for Ed, up and down for Lee, top pair for Usman. So everyone caught a big enough piece here to continue to the turn. And Ed going to continue with the Jack 10. Usman should just be flat in here with the King Jack, especially with the King of Spades in position. And there's the call, and now Lee got an easy call here, closing the action with the 10-8. It's not really a raise spot for us here as Lee. Like this board, very good board for the opener's range. Potentially we don't want to be raised into a night hand that Ed could potentially have in the spot. It does just call an instant service on the turn.
Easy game.
Now Ed has to make the decision here whether he does want to go for a double barrel here into 2 players. Regarding value hands we can have, it makes sense. We can have 9s, we can have 7s. We can also be opening King 9 suited from the hijack, Ace King, King Queen, King Jack in there as well, King 10. So we've got a whole host of value here as Ed, and you can see Usman just snap folding the King Jack here. I actually don't mind this double barrel tower. Essentially, looking at it from this standpoint, I know he's double barreling into the nuts here. Usman got out of the way and Lee's sitting here with a nut straight, but sort of breaking it down. Actually quite like this double barrel from Ed. But a lot of the time it's just going to go fold. It's hard for our opponents to continue once we double barrel into 2 players. We can credibly rep value hands as well, and that's why Lee's shoved here. Simply because edge range is so strong here once he double barrels into 2 players, and if I'm Lee, I'm not going to get trappy, I'm just going to shove and try and get snapped off by one of the value hands Ed could potentially have. But in this case, he did have one of the few bluffs. Nice little pick up for Lee. That's a nice spot to take down. More than a double up actually for him that hand, because of dead money of Usman in that.
So it's confirmed by Jim and by Mick that it was Celtic who scored. We knew it was somebody around our end, because there were a lot of cheering in the club. And I like playing poker and watching poker at the same time. Awesome. Yeah, but do you know what I'll have?
Let me guess, ice water.
Nah. Watched the Celtic game when we went over to the IPO, went over to the Celtic game and went down into Temple Bar. Obviously PK, massive Celtic fan, as you know if you follow the GUKPT stream. Went into a place called the Badass Cafe. It was awesome. Great night out.
Right, 700.
Usman raising the 7. Lee calls in the small blind, and I think Dave will make it up with any 2. Nine flop. 9-5-3.
Check. Check.
Checked all the way around. King of Diamonds on the turn. So Dave Maudlin still has the best of it.
Check. Check. Check.
Yeah, old check again. And the Queen for Usman.
Check.
There we go, check, check, check. All the way down again.
Check.
We have showdown value. Usman. Does he think there's any value in?
800.
Well, he has. He's bet 800, which might mean he'll get a call off Lee Tats. We'll think about it.
What was the turn action here, Tower?
Checked all the way down.
Checks now.
Check the flop, check the turn.
That's a very good fold then from Lee. If that turn check through and the flop check through, that's a very, very good fold from Lee. 4-1 on the call. We check all the way to the river. We river our second pair, decent-ish kicker, and finds the fold. Very, very good lay down there. Impressed with that one. The fold looks a lot better than what it is, guys, in that spot. It has been checked all the way to the river, and we snagged clean, and getting that price on the call, still managed to find a fold correctly as well, I may add. Man in C3 seems to be playing well. Sean Man, are you guys live real time? I thought there was a 30-minute delay, just wondered as I'm watching the Celtic game. So what happens is, Sean Man, we are live in the comms booth, but we get the pictures fed through to us on a half-hour delay. So we are watching what happened half hour ago, so we can interact with the chat boxes.
Correct. So everything you see at the same time as us, so we can interact with you guys, which means we can listen to Celtic scoring and mention it.
Raise the take for Ed.
So it basically means at the end of the night, everybody else has gone home and we're still working. That's what it means.
In Blackpool it's different, it's not everyone else has gone home, everyone else is at the bar. And we're still working. So Lee wants to be opening this hand. One's folded to us in the cut.
700.
He does. Fold from Dave. And Ed in the big blind. Unaware of his holding as yet. But will be defending the ace jack hit.
Two players.
Heads up to the flop.
Check.
Queen 10-6 rainbow. Broadway draw for Ed. Lee flopping an up and down straight draw. Lee wants to be continuing this particular board almost always here. Great flop for us, dry board. We're up and down to the nuts. But Ed will have to make the call here with his Broadway draw. Not only that, versus cut off open here as well. We can have the best hand here as Ed in the big blind with the ace jack.
Three of spades on the turn. Doesn't change a thing.
So now Lee deciding whether to come in for the double barrel here, but thinks better of it. Checks behind. And we'll see a river.
Which is a four of spades, the back door.
I think Ed's going to check here, Tower. I don't see no merit really in betting. I think we're just high enough up our showdown range here with ace jack to come in for a check and just hope that Lee checks behind, and Ed going to take that one with the ace jack. And blinds are going to be going up in around a minute, 2 minutes time. That will take us into the 2-4 level.
We will let you know. We'll hear the shouts from Dina on the mic. It's about 3 minutes.
I don't know where is it, bro.
West, 700.
King Queen under the gun, making it 700. Swanee with a fairly loose pill. Wow, that's better. I was just about to say, if he does want to continue this hand, can potentially free bet under the gun open from Usman, and Swanee with the free bet with a 9-7 suited on his direct left. And Usman gonna peel out of position, heads up to the flop between these two, similar stack sizes as well.
That's not a bad flop. For Swanee.
8-7-6, 2 clubs. Reaching for continued chips. And a snap fold from Usman. Nice to see the free bet there from the end. When there's under the gun open, under the gun +1, you get them like suited gappers.
Free bet under the gun +1 from somebody 35 plus. I tell you what, Games are changing, man. Games are changing.
With the 9-7 suited as well, it weren't even King's races.
No. God, Swanee.
And we can potentially rep really strong hands as well once we free bet the under the gun open. He's going to be hopping back into the action again. Old Swanee, ace jack, the spades under the gun.
That's 700.
Usman going to defend at the 10-6 in the big.
2 players.
Heads up. 4, Jack, Jack, 4.
Check.
Swanee flopping trip jacks. Flop.
Already got a lock on the hand as well.
Just gets a little bit better for Swanee as well.
Yep.
Turning the nut flush draw as well. Not that it matters, Usman. Oh, we are going to induce a bet out of Usman here. We're going to come in for a bet with the 10-6. I don't mind leading the turn once Swanee checks back, but I prefer doing it with a hand that's got equity to make some sort of straight or flush on the river. Usman just going for it with a random airball here. And as well, we've got to be wary. You think of hands like Swanee checks back the flop with, like a lot of his ace king, ace queen are going to continue here. So like a lot of his checking range can be over pairs and jack X.
Comes a brick on the river for Usman, it's an 8.
And what Usman might be thinking here is double barreling potentially to fold out Ian's ace high hands. But I just think if Ian's got a hand like ace queen, ace king, ace 10, he's going to continue them a lot on this jack jack 4 rainbow board. Like his checks on this sort of vortex shot a lot of the time are jack X and over pairs. Like that's a lot of it's a large part of the range of hands Ian's going to be checking on the flop, and we do need to be wary of that. Like especially in this day and age now in poker, like the paired rainbow flops, a lot of players mix in checks with over pairs, high frequency. For this reason, potentially induce some bluffs on later streets, keep the pot small as well, don't want to get stacked by trips. It's Ian with trips in this particular scenario, and now thinking whether coming in for a raise or a flat. Almost always got to be raised in this spot. We just leave too much value on the table. Usman defending out the big blind. He's going to have a whole host of jack X. He can have jack queen, jack king, jack 10, jack 9, jack 6 suited, jack 5 suited, jack 3 suited, jack 2 suited.
Dealers and players, the owner. New line level, 4,100, chips. Now 5 cards.
There's the raise, and Usman should be snap folded here.
Snap, get out of the way, thanks for coming.
It's a nice check on the flop there from Swanee. Got induced 2 streets of action that he wouldn't have got with a continue.
We'll have to watch and see you later, love.
You'll have to watch and see it later.
Please, guys.
You're watching the car. Exchange me, isn't it? I don't know how to take that, really, do you? Not very popular. You said it was very strange, mate.
So 153. Well, the blinds are now 2-4 because the blinds and antes have gone up.
West to 1100.
So Trevor folds in on the barn, 6-3, opens to 1.1. Ian got an easy defend here in the big.
2 West.
Heads up to the flop, we go.
8 deuce 5, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Nice flop here for Swanee. Flopping at top pair, backdoor flush draw. Trevor does have a gut shot to the nuts. And the fact we've got 6 high here,
1500.
always going to be continuing. Got stone cold bottom of our range, never a bad thing to bet once, try and take it down. We also have that 8 to make a straight. Swanee makes the call here with the 10-8. And the turn, it's like a king.
Check.
Swanee gonna check it over. Potential double barrel candidate here for us as Trevor. King's going to be a lot better for our range as the opener as well. Swanee shouldn't really have any kings in his range after calling the flop, other than king X of diamonds or a hand that's turned 2 pair. And the double barrel from Trevor gets Swanee to fold the best of it. It's a nice play from him.
The over 35s have got flair.
You know what? I've been pretty impressed with Trevor. The first time I've seen him play at the table, and he's got some moves and he mixes it up, which is really good to do at a poker table. Doesn't do the same thing in the same spot always. Like those type of opponents can be very difficult to play against. Always mixing it up. If you're just doing the same thing in the same spots, always betting top pair, you become kind of predictable to play against, and the better players will pick up on that and can potentially exploit that as well. Most certainly been impressed with Trevor.
There's 1050. Cool. Two players. Check. Bet 850.
A bit of action here on the King 3, 2 rainbow boards, sorry.
They're defending the nut low. And flops 2 pair.
Check. Check.
Oh, I love it. Like, this is the stuff I like. Trevor checking back turn, try and say that he's got like ace high. Unfortunately, the check back's not going to get him any value on the river because this ace is the worst possible card to peel off for us in the lead. Trevor going to be very ace X heavy.
We're going to bet 3/4 pot, trying to get anything out of him.
I like going like 1 or 2 big blinds here, Tower. The way this hand's played, like the hand you expect Lee to have is a 3, or like a pair, like 4s, 5s, 7s, 8s.
Yeah.
Like once he calls flop, like range of hands he's calling flop with, it's quite condensed. It's king X, 3x, and then pocket pairs, and that's basically it. So
he's gone exactly pop.
I can see he's gone pop, but it's always important just understanding, like breaking down the spot and understanding like what your opponent's supposed to have here. When Lee checks the river, it's just never really going to have a king. So it's just one of them things where I like that tiny, just try and get like a cry call, potentially a 3 or a pocket pair, or maybe induce something silly as well. That's the thing. The other thing that could be beneficial if you go really small, some opponents may take the bait and can potentially induce a bluff rate from them.
Where's 800?
Getting tricky with the old Queen 3. Raises to 850, does man?
18, yeah. Raise to 1800.
Raise, here's Swanee again, 3 betting, this time to 1.8. Husband thinks he's been picked on. Tats wakes up with a hand in the small blind.
Yes, 5,050.
So Tats just called the bet of Ian Swan.
Nah, Cold 4 Tower.
What was it called for?
Yeah, really like it as well. Really, really like it. Them cut-off versus button dynamics when we're in the blinds. Yeah.
Just rewinding now, Dave.
Like cut-off open button 3-bet. Like the 3-betting range doesn't necessarily have to be a hand. Like, so if we do have a hand with card removal, we have an ace in there. Obviously can't cold call the 3-bet.
No, the action tracker just put call. That's also. I was just reading the action tracker's handiwork, and then it got me into trouble. Thanks for that.
But really, really like the Cold 4 there from Lee. Really nice spot he picked and took up a nice pot uncontested. Didn't even have to go to a flop.
Where's 800?
There's 10-9 this time, opening plenty of hands from late position. This one is a raise and take.
Where's 800?
Dave on the button, Queen 9 of diamonds.
2200.
Gonna open hip. And Val in the small hip, hoping to see a 3-bet from her. And she does. And Ed with Ace King in the big blind.
It's all about the timing.
And this is the first time Val's 3-bet, I think I can recall this session.
Yes.
So Ed here with the Ace King, most certainly going to be coming in for a 4-bet here, button versus small blind dynamic. Probably going to make it somewhere between the region of 4.6 and 5k size I'd be opting for here. And then Val might be able to get away. Wow, is Ed just shoved?
Eddie moves all in.
K, so Ed shoving for what is 44 big blinds. Sorry, 42 bigs. And I'm not sure. Like Val, I don't think we can call here with the Ace Queen. I always mention at a table, one of the most important things to be aware of is how the table perceives you. And if Val's aware of that, and she's aware that she's been probably the tightest player at the table, she's aware that that's her first 3-bet. The fact that we actually get 4-bet once we played so snug, alarm bells should be going off. And Ed's just never ever going to have a bluff in that spot. He's not going to suddenly 4-bet bluff someone at the table that has been fairly tight and hasn't rebet the whole session. So nice fold from Aval there. Didn't get attached to the ace queen for 40 plus bigs. But I'm really surprised that we saw Red just jam. Guessing had something. I don't know. I'm guessing he may have thought he could get Val to fold hands like 9 through queens, perhaps. That could have been the thought process of it. Sort of just get them hands to fold out. We block aces and kings, obviously. But we're never getting a call from ace queen, as we can see there. So regarding hands we're getting called by, we're never ever getting called by worse in that particular spot. The only thing I really think it achieves is we fold out like 9 through queens that Val could potentially have in that spot. She finds ace queen again. Going to be interesting to see if she 3-bets this time. Back-to-back 3-bets from Val. Makes it 3k. Action back on Ian here, getting 2.5 to 1 on a call. Against this particular opponent, I think Ian's probably just going to fold this one out of position. Like, we can get ourselves in a whole host of trouble the time it comes jack high and 9 higher when we flop top pair.
The amount of time that Val's either betting or 3-betting at the moment must feel like the table must be thinking, well, she's pretty loose at the moment. Well, but she's getting the hands all the time.
It's only 2 hands in a row, Tower. It's such a small sample size, 2 hands.
I like how she says thank you for the deal when he puts it in the chips. Thank you. Well done, Val. Minus 2-4 with a 4.
That's 1,025.
Stay with the 7s here, makes it 1k to go. And Usman going to be defending the 9-8 in the big. Should be at least.
Check. Bet 1,200.
Lovely flop here for Dave with the 7s.
Right.
Up and down over pair to the board. Usman going to peel one with his gut shot to the nuts in 2 overs. We've also got a range advantage on this board as Usman as well. So potentially we can always pick it up on a later street. Ace of diamonds here on the turn, and Dave going to come in for the double barrel here. Quick fold from Usman.
So a steadier table than we've had. Just one of those things. The first, we were just so lucky to get the first feature table, or the second feature table, be as active as it was.
That's 1,050.
Warren's back on Twitch, Eagle and Jan Tower. Great viewing on the feature table just before the dinner break. Some unorthodox plays from seat 9 that seem to be getting the job done.
Absolutely bob on.
Yeah, it was a really good session to watch. It's great for you guys as well. We're going multi-way to the flops. There's plenty of action. Chips flying in and out of the pot. It's just not that often it happens, especially early stages. It's very rare to get a table like that. Back to the action here as Ed flops the best of it on 966. So Val, the original opener, not opting to C-bet, so that's going to give Ed the green light to come in for a bet here with our 2-pair. And that will be that. Ed takes it down.
Anyone have any info on what happened to Dan Stanway? No, all I know is I got the message that he passed away. Don't know any details at all. So if anybody does know, they can post it. But no, Dan Stanway, regular, especially around the Nottingham area. Sad to hear when anybody passes. To know them at the poker tables. There's a lot of roaring and shouting from the Celtic fans in the bar area. Feels like we're missing out.
Where's 1020?
Opening the 9-7 of clubs under the gun. And Usman folds on the button with the same hand. Looks like Swanee's got a decision here in the small though, facing a UTG Open. So he's got at least ace-10 here to think about it against a UTG Open from Dave.
I'm guessing Usman's folded.
Like without seeing Ian's hand, like
yeah,
hands we should be continuing here, like King Queen, even. But facing that UTG Open can most certainly get behind the fold. Makes plenty of sense.
Mike Bates on his way down to play some cash action. Been watching on the live stream on Facebook. Good evening, one and all. Whenever you're watching the live stream, whether it be on Facebook, on Twitch, on the GUKPT website, and also on YouTube. Any news on a GUKPT event in the Midlands? Unfortunately, no main event. I would love to have seen an event in April back in Walsall. I really would. But there wasn't to be. Talking of the Midlands, interesting concept from the 25-25. Birmingham as a 25-25 in November. On the 21st till the 24th. The 25-25s normally take place in the same club, but because I'm guessing the reason is that it might be a little bit quiet, or they want to give everybody an opportunity. They're going to have flights in Coventry and in Walsall, but be aware that the final day will be back in Hill Street in Birmingham. So if you do want to play 25-25, there's only a few left in the entire season. Next weekend will be Edinburgh, up at the Maybury. The week after, 21st till the 24th, it's at Birmingham Hill Street for the 25-25, but they're having additional days at Grosvenor Casino, Coventry on the Wednesday, and Walsall on the Saturday, and then the final day will take place in Birmingham Hill Street on the Sunday as normal. So just be aware, if you don't want to play, the Midlands spreading the love. And then the final 25-25 of the year is at Berry New Road in Manchester. And then Jay will be playing the first 25-25 of the year next year as it's a 25.50 in London, the 8th till the 13th of January, 50k guaranteed for 25.25. And as we said, the last one got over £120,000. So if you want to check all the details, GUKPT.com for the 25.25s, the deep stacks as well.
They turn in top 2 there, as well as the nut flush draw. So great turn for him, but no action with the holdings of Val and Lee.
Yeah. That's 1,025.
Dave, Maudlin, pocket 9s, raises to 1,000. Now then, Val.
Where's?
It's another 3-bet. This time to 2.3.
A very, very small size here from Val. When you are 3-betting out of position, usually out of the blinds, you want to size up. Want it to go somewhere between 3 and 3.5x.
And Dave says I'm all in. Count. A full count. Find out exactly what Dave's all in is.
Dave ripping here for what is 35 bigs with pocket 9 button versus small blind dynamic. You see this a lot more in like online scenarios. Let's see,
13,000, not a call. There's a call coming from Val with the ace 10. Wow, that's more tournament life.
Dave at risk.
Wowzers. Dave Maudlin is at risk with pocket 9s. Val makes a call with ace 10 suited. Off to the races. And picking up more equity with a flop of Queen Jack 6. Dave needs to fade, not one of them. He's now facing, he needs a 9. Does Dave Maudlin, and he hasn't. It's an ace on the turn that cripples or kills Dave Maudlin. Dave Maudlin heads out.
Val gives you
the old fist pump. We've got the hand.
Really surprised to see a call there, Tower.
Yeah.
Especially after she folded the ace queen a few orbits before when it set her in with ace king. But the ace 10 suited. She went with it and got busted Dave. It's,
yeah. Ben sat watching, Jack sat watching, Kaz sat watching. Dave Maudlin being eliminated. Pocket 9s against ace 10. You can put Emmerdale back on now, Kaz.
Or the Celtic game.
No. Very unlucky. Bit of a call that. We weren't expecting that.
Yeah, ace 10 for 35 bigs. It's a lot of big blinds to put in with just ace 10.
It is.
But button versus small blind dynamic probably had something to do with it.
12.50.
The King Queen for Val. Been very active the last couple of orbits. She has had the hands. And Ed going to flat the 10s on the button, and Usman here with a very easy shove for him. We've got 16 big blinds, cut off open, button flat. That's an easy shove for Usman here. And it's not going to get through. Wow, Val coming in for the ISO with the King Queen. And Ed just can't call now. He can't call off for his tournament live 50 plus big with his pocket 10s after this action's occurred in front of him. It's essentially a 4-bet rip here from Val. So Ed going to have to fold the 10s here. I know we can see he's got the best hand and he's nearly 50% equity free way, but it's a fold, guys, and I'm sure Ed will come to that conclusion as well. Can't be calling in this particular spot with 10s. Going to have to go into the muck. We've got 21k. In terms of big blinds, we are playing 53 bigs. Are we ever going to call off a 4-bet rip? 52 bigs with 10s. The only thing that might be going through Ed's head is the same as we spoke about before. It's a late position open from Val. Flat on the button. Usman doesn't necessarily have to have a hand as strong as Ace-King to jam in the big blind. And if Val's aware of that, she can potentially ISO a bit lighter, maybe 7s through 9s, hands like that. So that's probably what Ed's thinking about here, but if I'm sitting there in Ed's shoes, the way Val's been playing this session, King Queen is the last hand I expect her to show up with, so I think we're going to pass here, Ed. No, he makes the call. He makes the call, and we have got a 52k pot here. And Ed with 10s in a great spot. Val with King Queen. She's going to need to find a queen here to scoop. And potentially Ed could be the chip leader at the table, fading ace, kings and queens. And that's a lovely flop for Ed with the 10s. Same scenario, fading ace, kings and queens. 7 on the turn, no chop opportunities because a 6 would give the 10s a bigger straight. It's the same story. It's a king on the river, and he's going to lose the side to Val as well. So Ed is going to be on his way to the rail. Usman's going to treble up. Val's going to actually profit from that hand, and a gross river from Ed, because not only does he lose the main, he loses the side, which is bigger than the main pot. And Val went a bit crazy with the King Queen, 50 plus bigs, but gets rewarded on the river. She's going to profit that hand. Ed, very unlucky for him. I'm surprised to see him put it in, but he was correct. Got it in front, got it in with the lion's share of the equity. Just couldn't hold, unfortunately, but wow. There you go, guys. You wanted action for this session. We've had action. Kev says, as someone put something in her drink, I just think maybe she just thought that Ed's always folding, and she didn't really have to worry about Ed behind her. She was happy to get it in against Usman for what was 17 big blinds. I'm sure she would have had some thought behind it, and not just going to meaninglessly jam the King Queen for 50 plus bigs. I think in those marginal spots like Ed just had there with the pocket 10s, a lot of it can come down to your table as well. If you believe you're on a strong table, maybe we can take a high varying spot, but if you're on a table which you think you've got a quite nice hold on, there's no need to put it in. 50 bigs on a 1 hour clock. Like, you could do plenty with that. So always think in these great structures, long clocks, when you do have a marginal decision, sometimes lean more towards fold when it's right on the line. I think a lot of the time it's better to just fold, just because of the structure and the clock. You can find better spots throughout the day. As I always say, player putting their money in, always going to have their reasons, and I'm sure Ed did that. And he was correct as well, so I'm not going to take that away from him. It was a correct call in terms of hole cards. And Ian and Riverin are both a straight and the flush. Not going to be getting any sort of action from either hand here. Usman. I'm going to take the initiative here on the river. And it's going to be the second time this session. He's going to bet river, and the man on his direct left is going to come in for a raise. And always want to be raising here in Ian, as Ian in this spot, so we can get value from straights. And, it just flats. Obviously worried about queen, king or ace high flush. Just think we leave a bit too much value on the table with the jack 4 suited. Get called by 9x, we can get called potentially by 4x. There are worse flushes in there. I always say about being scared of monsters under the bed. Obviously it's not the nut flush, it's the fourth nut flush, but I want to try and extract value from worse flushes and straights potentially. Jack 3, 2 spade flop. Ace of spades on the turn. So Lee turning top pair. Check, check. Queen of diamonds on the river, and Swanee going to come in for a little block a bet here. He's going to get. Could potentially get raised here. Very thin value raise spot here for Lee potentially. Like it, like it, like it, like it. Yeah, just never going to go that size with a free. Potentially try and get a cry call about some Jack X and Queen X. 5-handed at the moment, guys, at this feature table. I'm sure we're going to see some players sit down and take their seats soon. Balancing the tables as we speak, I hope. We have only got 20 minutes left of this session, and we will head into the third break of the day. Only a 15-minute one, this one, and there will be a new feature table when we return. Perry on Twitch says, "Is this a shootout tournament?" I know what you're thinking. There's been no players coming after a couple of bust outs we had, but I'm sure the floor staff are working on balancing the tables, and we'll have a couple of players take their seats shortly.
Check.
8-7-4, 2 club flop, Swanee flopping top pair, and Val with just ace high here. Looks like she's going to pull out the float with the ace-10. The way she's been running, wouldn't surprise to see an ace or a 10 on the turn, but it's the deuce of diamonds. Check, check. Ian checking behind if with some pot control. We can also bluff catch on the river if Val decides to come in for a lead. We can just snap it off. And that's exactly what we've induced here. So Ian, because of the check back on the turn, we've induced a bluff on the river from Val. So we're just going to have to call here. You can have some jack 10s, jack 9s in there, 9-10 as well, but this is the reason we've checked back the turn as Ian. So we can flick in the call on the river, and Val going to show the ace high. And take that one down. Oi, oi, Stato coming to the table. Runner up in Luton about 3 weeks ago. Lost heads up to Vic Meta. Took home what I believe was between the region of 50 and 60k. Also GUKPT champion is Stato, won London back in 2018 for over 100 grand. Millions in live earnings. So not the man you want to see come to the table if you're sitting there.
Frankie, was on seat earlier, it's left the traffic here.
No, thank you, guys. Thank you. May that you have the option to prove that the record late in substitution. Okay, guys. Prove it.
Yes, 1,050.
Literally 20
Yes. Check.
Presume you're referring to my height.
Jack 10-3, rainbow, flop. Ian opening the 8-6 off into Stato's big blind, and if we're opening the 8-6 off and we get this dry ball texture, want to be continuing. No cards for Stato, so we'll start trying to build a range of hands for him, guys. He's going to have Jack X, he's going to have 10X, he's going to have some 3X in there, he'll have some gut shots, he'll have some up and downs. So Ian going to take the free card after turning an up and down himself, and rivering a pair. Now Stato going to lead, and we're just going to have to snap fold here as Ian. We literally beat one hand in the deck. He's going to free bet ace queen, he's going to free bet ace king, king queen, the times that he does flat. The biggest got there. I can't even actually come up with a hand we're ahead of once Stato calls on the Jack 10 free rainbow. It's just not many hands we're in front of here, but Swanee now going to come in for a raise here. Turning the 8-6 into a bluff, makes it 5k. Putting Stato in a spot, first hand at the table. And Swanee basically repping, guessing a flush here. Maybe a queen, because Stato shouldn't really have any flushes. Stato, the only flushes Stato can have are Jack X or 3X of spades. So basically trying to rep the flush, I guess. And Stato, unaware of his hand, guessing he's got a straight here. Hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack. Probably what Stato's got in this spot once he tanks and just lets it go, and Swanee takes it down with what would have been the worst of it. I'm pretty sure Stato had a queen in that spot. Just lets it go. Interesting to find out that one, but nice little raise there from Swanee on the river. Them spots are just so under bluffed. Raise on the river, them spots are so rare that people bluff them spots nowadays, I find. They're bluffed at such a low rate that the times that you have got to bluff, a lot of the time, especially against a good player like Stato, who will think the hand through and will understand how little them spots are usually bluffed. But you can potentially exploit that sometimes and get people to fold nearer the top of their range. Swanee, nice bit of play from him.
Well, two players.
So now opening the A7 suited under the gun. Trevor going to defend 8-7 in the big. Flop of 10, 5-5, 2 diamonds. Expect Matt to continue here on a paired board.
Bet 700.
And we've most certainly seen Trevor do some unorthodox things this session, and he's going to continue taking some lines and takes it down with just 8 high, no draw. And most certainly got moves, the man in seat 7.
How many's in the Omaha?
79.
Oh, I'm going higher.
Is that because you just saw?
Only because I've seen. What about 104? 104. 104 in the Omaha. And in the main event, 72. 72. I thought when we were at the dinner break, I thought 90 might be a good mark for today. And then 220 tomorrow.
Yeah. It's a 1.1.
Oh.
Deuce, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8. No, 2, 8.
1,000. Check. 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 2 nines and 6s.
Ash Dakin says, I take it day 2 will have twice as many runners. More or less always does. A day 1A to a day 1B. Or even the last buying day. I know we can buy into day 2, but we still class day 1B as the last proper big one. Yes, always busy on the day 1B. Friday, no side events, will be full. But the card room, when you look down there, 104 runners in the Omaha.
Res, 1,000.
So Stato in the cutoff with the Queen Jack makes it 1k. I'll tell you, missed a hand and half. Val gets it in for 50 bigs with King Queen.
Pre.
against the 10s of Ed and found a king on the river.
Oh, she likes the river people then. Yo, King Queen, was there a fist bump and a wave?
Yeah.
Hey!
Usman with the kings in the big blind here.
Where's 4,000?
And going to 3-bet to 4K. Quick fold from Stato.
The old fist bump and a wave. Loving it. So welcome on board GUKPT train Blackpool. Rakesh, how are we doing? Miss you loads. Quick question: is Bryn Kenny playing? I wish.
Could always turn up tomorrow. Might rock up.
Alright. When are we going to see Rakesh playing? Then that's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. When are we going to see Rakesh playing a little bit of GUKPT action? Good evening, one and all. Oggy, oggy, oggy. Oi, oi, oi. Stato is his nickname.
2800.
Andy Hume is his real name. And Stato would be with 2 T's, to be fair. Stato. There will be a lot of people not knowing Andy Hume's nickname was Stato.
Two players.
So Trevor opted to 3-bet the Jack 10 off, facing Stato's hijack open. And it's flopped top pair here on the 10-9-6 2-club board. Stato with a gut shot to go with his pair of 7s now. Not either way in the 3-bet pot with this one as Trevor. Certainly can have some checkbacks here on the 10-9-6. Opts to come in for a bet. And Stato, who's only been at the table for 2 or 3 hands, in a bit of a tricky spot here and just lets it go. And Trevor will take that one with the Jack 10. As we approach the end of the session, just over 5 minutes. That will take us to the break, and we do have a new feature when we return.
We will. Well, my best mate's in seat 1.
I'm not playing.
Igor Puskarskis is in seat number 1. Best friend ever.
I'm trying to put a name to a face.
Yeah.
Well, I know Igor.
He's a UFC champion, unbeaten.
That's
why
well.
he's our best mate. All right. Igor's from Southport. Will be on the feature table. So 6-7 minutes until the end of this level and the end of the session, and then a quick break, swap tables, and incoming table number 6, Igor Puskarskis, along with a couple of players that are familiar. Eddie Swales will be back. Chris Maguire, who was on C1. Look at his stack, 77,000. Oi oi. So break imminent.
That's 1200. 1200.
So that here, ace queen in the hijack, 26 big blinds. Makes it 1.2 to go, so full 3x from him. And Swanee looks like he's going to flick in the call. Unaware of his holding, so we're sweating with Matt this hand. Playing a hand from Matthew's perspective.
It'll be one gappers. You'll watch. The Jack 9.
9-4-3. First things first, a lot of the time I'm just going to continue here as Matt. 9-4-3. Ian shouldn't have any 4 or 3x in his range, and only really getting continues from 9x and 5s through 8s. It's a pretty good board for us to continue, but Matthew thought better of it. But it's about to say, he got a clear bet here now on the turn, but he checked again. So getting super tricky. He's checked again! The triple check with the ace queen. And he's wow, and he's induced an all in for
all in the call. King high.
Well, that's one way to do it, the old triple check trap. And get your opponent to shove.
Swanee says them all in.
That's one way to get max value tower. That is the only way, if Swanee did have king high, that we could get max value from that hand. And wow, wow, wow. So in that scenario, Matthew has actually played that hand perfectly to get himself a double up. King deuce for Swanee, just a complete airball. King deuce on the button. Maybe a little bit of a misstep there. I just guess he thought after it's been triple checked, there's no way his opponent can call what was over a pot size bet on the river. So very rare you see that triple check with actually a very strong hand. Swanee took the bait, and Trevor, now he's got some. Trevor open the king 4? Nah, Trevor's folded. Matthew's open the ace 5 suited UTG +1, makes it 1.2.
2400.
Okay.
She's at it again.
What is going on here?
Oh, Val.
Re-betting the, almost clicking back the under the gun +1 open out of the small blind. We need to go larger. As I say, it's free betting out the small. Just never getting folds. When our opponent's getting this price heads up in position, they can almost peel.
It's 6-9.
Every 2 of their range, and going to work and out for us in this particular scenario. As we flop top pair, we have Matthew out kicked. Matt not going to be going anywhere. He'll have to call once, and does. See a turn. Lots of chop outs now.
Yeah. After King of Spades on the turn, leaves us chops.
2500.
Now I've gone 2.5. So getting just under 5 to 1 on a call in position here as Matt. I'm certainly not going to be folding. Have to call once more. I know it doesn't look the best. Falcon have ace queen, ace jack, ace king evo, which we are drawing dead to, but in position with this price, we're just not going to be able to let it go.
The 8 plays.
Yeah, the 8 is going to play for Val, so she will get the check mark. Wow, she's going to go with bet after free betting the ace 8.
35.75.
And correctly as well.
It's not 35.75, that is for sure. 3,000, yeah, today it is 3.6.
Once again, giving Matt a ridiculous price on a call. 5 to 1 on the call here for Matt. But the problem is, like, what's Val got here? Free bet gone bet, like ace king, ace queen. You don't expect that to free bet ace jack.
Bet free.
Yeah, you don't. It's under the gun +1 open. And this is going to be the last hand, guys, but it's a pretty gross spot here from that 5 to 1 call, but what do we be? I just can't come up with a hand that Val. Very key component as well is the offsuit king on the turn. It completes a rainbow board, so there's no backdoor possibilities in terms of flush draws, so it just reduces the bluffs even more, and that's Val's just going to free bet barrel with airball, which I highly doubt is going to be the case. I think we can make a lay down here as Matt with the ace-5, especially from what we've seen from Val all session as well. It's
so 3.6 is the bet. Matthew was just asking what it is. It's actually 35.75, but that doesn't go into the box.
Like, does Val look like the player that's going to go free bet out the small bet as a bluff, especially this price as well, 3.6k. I'm guessing what Matt might be thinking is she the type of player to put in a blocker bet here with like king queen that she continued, but then again I can't see a free bet in that hand tower, so that's even irrelevant. So I just think we'll go fold here as Matt. It looks like he's going for chips, but what's Val supposed to have?
Well, so she's 3 betting with ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack minimum. Kings.
Yeah, it's good fold.
Good fold, Matthew. Good fold, Matthew. We will see you after the break in 15.
You're going to see later anyway.